police departments in California, Iran could retaliate with offensive drones on the West Coast, according to an alert reviewed by ABC News, claiming Iran allegedly aspired to conduct a surprise attack using unmanned aerial vehicles from an unidentified vessel off the West Coast. That alert noting there is no information on timing, method, target, or
What's shaking there,
perpetrators.
gentlemen?
This warning comes as the Trump administration
Sorry, took me
continues its
fucking
assault
forever to get shit sorted out, but I don't know how I messed up the YouTube viewer count thing for in my setup, and I've been trying to get it fixed, but I got other ones to work, like Party, but YouTube stopped working.
Islamic
Anyway, check this shit out, man.
Republic. We did reach out to local law enforcement agencies, including Sacramento Police, Sacramento Sheriff, Stockton Police. They all said they don't have any information, some even saying they hadn't heard anything about this. Today, Governor Newsom said this.
Look at this shit, bro.
Drone issues have been always top of mind.
This guy is shaking in his fucking boots, bro.
We've assembled some work groups specifically around those concerns. That's all I'll share at the moment. I have nothing more insightful beyond just what's been reported and how we're transmitting what we know to our local partners, which is critical.
So Cal OES also releasing a statement today saying the Cal OES Homeland Security team is in regular coordination with federal, state, and local partners sharing information on potential threats as part of security efforts. The statement goes on to say, quote, while we can't discuss sensitive details, Californians should know that this kind of coordination happens every day to keep people safe. California is prepared to protect
Nothing
its
out of the ordinary here.
We'll continue
Nothing to see
working
here,
closely
fellas.
with our federal partners,
Okay,
including
sure.
the FBI, who is best positioned
Sure,
to
whatever
speak
you
to
say.
any specific intelligence. The FBI telling ABC 10 they have no comment right now. Of course, we'll continue to bring you the latest when we get more in. ABC 10's Roxanne Elias also working to get more answers on this story. Roxanne will have a report coming up in our news at 5.
And then there was I seen that Professor Zhang that Nick was talking about. I've seen this guy
All right, guys, we've
on
got
YouTube.
yet another heavy hitter.
He's not an
guest
idiot,
and first-time
but
guest
you
on the
take
show.
him with a
Professor
word of,
Zhang, he
you
is
know,
the
take
star of the
him
popular
with a grain of
YouTube
salt.
channel Predictive History. He uses game theory to analyze past, current, and to predict future geopolitical events. And he joins us now. Professor, great to have you.
Good to see you, sir.
Thanks for inviting me.
Yeah, of course. So, for people who aren't familiar with your work, I wanted to show folks that back in 2024, you made 3 big predictions. 1, that Trump would win. 2, that he would start a war with Iran. And 3, that the U.S. would lose that war. Let's take a listen to that.
In this class this semester, I'm making 3 big predictions, right? First is that Trump will win in November. Second is that the United States will go to war against Iran. And the third big prediction is that the United States will lose this war, which will forever change the global order.
So obviously that
Certainly
last
would.
one is the only one that has not yet come to fruition. Is quite a stunning prediction. You know, do you stand by it, and what have you seen so far that leads you to sort of stand firm in that conclusion?
So given my analysis of how the war is progressing, I think that Iran has many more advantages over the United States. The reality is that right now, it's a war of attrition between the United States and
sure
Iran.
is.
And the Iranians have been preparing 20 years for this.
They're a bunch of
conflict.
camel fuckers,
In their
dude.
psychology,
Seriously.
in their religion, this is a war against the great Satan.
The great.
They've had many practice runs.
Although I wouldn't.
June
I mean, we're kind of
was a 12-day war when the
not looking
Iranians
too hot.
were able to examine and analyze the strike capacities of both the Israelis and the Americans. And they've had a lot of time, 8 months, to prepare fully for this new attack. They, through their proxies, the Houthis, Hezbollah, Hamas, and the Shia militias, have been able to really grasp the American mentality, and now they have a pretty good strategy of how to weaken and ultimately destroy the American empire. So what the Iranians are doing is They're waging
pretty
war
arrogant.
against the entire global economy. And so they are striking the GCC countries. And not only are they striking GCC countries, American bases, but they're going after the critical energy infrastructure of these bases. They blocked off the Strait of Hormuz. And eventually,
You know,
they will go after the water desalination plants.
honestly, I was thinking about this like earlier, and it doesn't surprise me that finally we took away all of they don't have anything left. They have nothing to lose. We're basically saying we're gonna wipe your government off the face of the earth. So what do they have to lose now? Now they're just lobbing. They're talking about attacking our mainland, attacking California. This is like the first time in like almost 2 centuries, my dudes. Like since we were attacked by England in the second or the I forget what the hell that war was. The War of 1813, bro. 2 fucking centuries since we've been like attacked on our home soil. And you know that these assholes, Trump and everybody else in the government, they didn't even conceive of this. Nobody conceived of this. Even Nick didn't conceive of this. Nobody. And this it has to send a shiver down your spine. This is no joke, man. Like in our lifetimes, people are going to be able to reach out and touch us. Nuts, terrorists, other nations. We're not in this. We're in an island fortress kind of thing, but bro, technology, it just keeps going. And I hope that nothing happens, but I would certainly like this to be like a slap on the wrist to our government. Like, yo, quit fucking with people. Like quit fucking. No, that was our own drone. That was like a false flag, I think. The drone near the Mexican border. I'm pretty sure that was one of our drones that they shot down to just kind of show everybody we got lasers, because that's what they did. They shot it down with a fucking laser. That was them showing off. Hey, we've got lasers. Fuck with us if you dare. But really, Trump, I do think that obviously they didn't think this shit through, man. Even his generals, some of them were like, yo, man, this ain't a good idea. Now we're looking at this, but another aspect of it is these Iranians, bro, they're like strangling the entire planet's economy. That's one of those fuck around and find out things. Like, bro, Iran, fuck around and find out, and your people may not exist in a year. You know what I'm saying? Like, we may just fucking leave you in the history books. You think the whole world is just gonna take that? You feel me? Bro, you can't put it past. Bro, they're fucking with Russia's money, China's money, our money. Bro, you think China and Russia are going to give a fuck about this place? Hell no. Hell no. And I just feel like, if they mess around, dude, they're going to be doing their people a serious disservice, man. They may just get wiped off the chessboard here. Now, however unlikely, that may be unlikely, but it's still on the table. And I just don't think they realize it, those Iranians. It's like, dude, you're holding the rest of the world's fucking economies hostage, bro. You think they're just going to lay down for that? You think they're just going to sit still for you to shake them down like this? They're not going to blame America. They're not going to blame America. They're going to blame Iran. And after Iran pulls some shit like this, the rest of the world's like, oh, now they think they got it like that. They've been holding us hostage since before Reagan was in office, bro. We've been giving them cash to pay those motherfuckers off for over like 50 years. The world is tired of these motherfuckers. They're tired of it. People are tired of this scumbag country. And honestly, it's like, man, who knows what the heck is going to happen?
Which is the lifeblood of these nations because they don't have fresh water supply. In fact, the water desalination plant provides 60% of the GCC's water supply. So if a drone, and these drones cost $50,000. if they wiped out a desalination plant in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, and it's a city of 10 million people, right?
Nutcases.
They'd be out of water in 2 weeks. In 2 weeks. And right now, the Iranians have de facto closed off the Strait of Hormuz, and the GCC gets 90% of its food from the Strait of Hormuz.
I don't know why that wouldn't make me feel good if I was an Iranian.
The disruptions to the global economy.
I'd be kind of worried.
But right now, the Iranians are actually threatening the very existence of Saudi Arabia, UAE, Bahrain, Qatar. And why this is important is that the Gulf states are really the linchpin of the American economy. So what they do is they sell petrodollars, and then they recycle the petrodollars back into the American economy through the investments in the stock market. And right now, we know that the entire American economy is propped up by
this guy starts talking about
AI investments in
Illuminati.
data centers. And a lot of that comes from the Gulf states. So
wild.
if the Gulf states are no longer able to sell oil, and they're no longer able to finance AI, this AI bubble in the United States, then this AI bubble will burst.
What the fuck? Oh. Huh. Oh. Oh, shit. Fuck. Dude. Hmm. Man. Doing me dirt, dude. What the hell? Ridiculous, man. Come on. Incredible, man. Wow. Fuck. Been locked up for a sec. I guess the RAM is the RAM, the pressure in the bitch. What the
First, and with it
fuck,
will
Jesus
will burst as well
Christ.
as well as the entire American economy,
damn.
which is
What a
really a financial
pain in
punch.
the fucking
So that's
ass.
a dire situation that the Americans are facing right now.
Yeah, I mean, to your point, sir,
Sorry about that. Fuck, man. Oh, shit. Huh. Figures. Oh.
there's a famous video just from yesterday
Man,
in
pissing
Israel,
me
which
off.
shows a single Iranian ballistic missile, which is being targeted by some 11 different interceptors, all of which miss. Most of those come from the United States, not to mention all of the different bases, the GCC countries that you just talked about, and the asymmetry of the cost. It's $1 million for a missile, tens of millions per interceptor in some of these cases. With these munitions
The
running out,
juice,
how does that change the
his
global
boss.
picture? So you're in China, obviously. Much of the stocks in Asia from the
Man,
United
fucking
States are
like
likely to have to be
a
cannibalized
Negra bean
if
went
this were
down
to
the
go
wrong
on.
pipe or
How's that going to
something.
affect the global picture here?
Right. So my first point is that the United States military is not designed to fight a 21st century war. Remember, the military-industrial complex came to being after World War II, and it was designed to fight the Cold War. And the Cold War was really about muscle flexing, about who was able to send people up into space, who was the first to get the person on the moon, who had the more complex missile systems. And so the entire American military strategy revolves around very sophisticated technology that costs a lot of money to build, and that's what the American air defense system is basically, and that's why we're seeing this asymmetry, as you point out, in this war, where you have these $1 million missiles trying to take out these $50,000 drones, and it's not sustainable in the long term. And so what we're seeing is really the puncturing of the aura of invincibility and inevitability that sustained American hegemony for the past 20 years, especially after the collapse of the Soviet Union. And this is really a reordering of not just the global economy, because this signals the collapse of the petrodollar, and with
He does
it,
kind of sound like
the
Nick, doesn't
entire
he? It's kind of wild.
US dollar-based reserve currency system, but also global
Iran is
global
just as
hegemony of the
focused
United States. We're
on
moving towards
Saudi
a
Arabia,
multipolar
though,
world.
too.
Professor,
Apparently
this
they had a
morning,
hand in
Secretary
all
of
this
War
shit.
Pete Hegseth was asked a question about potential ground troops in Iran. He refused to rule out that possibility, and he said, oh, well, we're not going to project to you what we will or will not do, but we don't want to, rule anything out. We will do what
China.
it takes. Do you think that America will end up invading Iran from the ground, since it's already becoming relatively clear they won't be able to accomplish the goal of regime change or even regime collapse using just air power alone?
Right. So everyone says that the worst calamity that could happen in the United States is if it were to send ground troops into Iran. At the same time, the United States are committed to regime change in Iran. We never had a precedent in history where you were able to regime change from the air alone. You need ground troops. And so unfortunately, what's going to happen over the next few months is that pressure will build on America to send ground troops, especially from the GCC countries and from Israel, which are being pouted right now by the Iranians.
I knew they were.
So remember that if the GCC
I just
countries,
didn't
Saudi
realize it
Arabia,
was like this.
Qatar, UAE, Bahrain, if they go, then the petrodollar goes with them. So the Americans need to protect these countries, and these countries are going to demand that either the Americans bribe the Iranians to cease, and this is like
That's what we've been
$5 trillion
doing,
indemnity,
bribing
okay?
them.
Or send ground troops to wipe out the Iranian threat once and for all. And I know that there's no political will for ground troops to be used against Iran among the American people. But remember that 78% of American people was against initial strikes against Iran in the first place.
Right. And one of the things that really comes into question, I think, with all of this, sir, when we're looking at the geopolitical picture and the sacrificing in much of this from the United States on behalf of Israel, is kind of a question as to who and what wanted this. We were actually curious for your view on a disputed report here from the Washington Post. We can put it up here on the screen, F3. A push from the Saudis. Israel helped move Trump to attack Iran. Now, this has been internally disputed by Saudi Arabia, saying that they did not push the Trump administration to attack Iran. However, this is clearly an authorized leak from our own government, trying to at least lay some of the blame on behalf of the GCC. What do you make of this analysis and of this narrative that Saudi Arabia was also trying to be behind this push to bomb Iran?
So I've always argued that both Saudi Arabia and Israel are heavily invested in regime change in Iran. In fact, Saudi Arabia sees Iran as much more of an existential crisis than Israel. Because remember, Israel still has nuclear weapons, and Israel is a very diverse, very sophisticated economy, whereas Saudi Arabia is completely reliant on oil. And it's always had problems with Iran because Iran is a theocracy opposed to the Saudi monarchy. Iran funds and equips the Houthis, which have been antagonistic towards Saudi Arabia for the longest time. And right now, the Saudi economy is suffering. It's been trying to pivot towards more of a tourist economy.
shit.
That's why they're brought in
Tucker's doing some shit
Ronaldo.
right
That's
now,
why
too.
they're switching to e-gaming. That's why they're building something called a line, NEOM. And all these things are not working out. So they need to be able to control the oil resources of the entire Middle East if they are to survive and thrive as a nation.
I
Do
kind
you
of
believe
been
that this
bombed for 12
reporting
days.
is credible?
That
and
guy's
really
Even though
not
it
gotta go
does
see-
make
by
talking about
Iran.
Illuminati and stuff.
But the biggest problem this poses is for Israel, because Iran is a sincere opponent of Israel. At this point, more so than ever. It has been for a long time. They say it openly. They're one of the few countries in the world that opposes
Iran is a lot
Israel's
tougher than
so-called
the
right
government
to
would have us
exist.
believe they were.
Israel has every reason to regard Iran as an enemy. Iran is an enemy of Israel, and again, now more than ever.
Ridiculous.
So if Iran emerges with its leadership intact, with a leadership that might be even more anti-Israel than it was 3 weeks ago, why wouldn't it be? We just killed their leader, their
Incredible.
86-year-old religious leader, and his family. How does Israel live with that? And if Israel doesn't live with that, what are its options? If you start to think about this for about 2 minutes, it gets bracing. It gets a little scary.
It does get dark.
It's hard to know exactly how much damage the IRGC, the Iranians, have done to Israel because there's so much censorship. But we know, we can conclude fairly confidently from available information that the port of Haifa, which is the most important port in Israel, controlled by the Chinese, I think, actually, interesting, and Tel Aviv, the second biggest city in Israel, have been hammered, and there has been widespread infrastructure destruction.
Yeah, I
and
guess
there's
they are
been
being pounded.
loss of life of some kind.
Good. Fuck
We don't
them.
know, but the video that seems real, they're hurting. And the Israelis have been dealing with this kind of stuff for a long time. It's not the first time their cities have been shelled. They've been shelled a lot.
Well, they
over
thought
the
they were
years. And so
untouchable
their
this
tolerance
time,
for this
though.
kind of stuff is much higher than it would be in the United States. If you shelled Chicago, people here have no experience of that, and understandably they'd be, completely freaked out by it. Israel, they've got a little stronger immune system, this kind of stuff, because they're already fighting a 7-front war. On the other hand, there's only so much that any country can take, particularly a small country that is riven by all kinds of internal divisions. Israel is not a united country.
I think Israel fucked up here.
And its leader, while he's very popular with Ben Shapiro,
Right.
is not universally loved in Israel at all. So Israel is not entirely stable
Ben
internally.
Shapiro, he wants
And
to swallow
it's absorbing a lot of
all
punishment for a small
Netanyahu's
country.
kids.
But let's say that punishment accelerates. Let's say the Iranians decide we're going to really hurt
Shapiro, he's
Israel,
really,
and we're not going to limit it.
I noticed today, he's really, he's like all twitchy and shit. And he's turned into a caricature of his young self. I mean, which happens a lot of times with ethnics like him and stuff. They just end up being, they're normal when they're young, but then their features get all exaggerated, big old earlobes hanging down and lips that are just huge and like wrinkly and shit. And he like twitching and just has weird little ticks and shit, man. It's like, geez. And now he's starting to look like the Happy Merchant, dude. Like he's starting to look caricaturish like that.
Tel Aviv, we're going to hit Jerusalem, where the holy sites are. Now, they're not apparently doing that right now, at least that we know of. And again, it's hard to know exactly what's going on because of the censorship, but it doesn't seem like they're pounding Jerusalem. But they could. And at that point, what? What happens?
We
What
get
if
so much
Israel
propaganda.
and its main protector in the world,
We
the
didn't
United
even know
States,
that
starts
this would be
running low
happening.
on advanced munitions and critically on missile defense? Well, that's entirely possible. There have been widespread reports that the United States, as the backstop to Israel, its main protector, is running low on those munitions. Now, why is that? Well, because we expended a lot of them, both advanced munitions and missile defense, in the last conflict that we backstopped Israel in June. And we were already low then because we sent a lot of munitions to Ukraine. Now, why'd we do that? What was our critical interest in Ukraine? Well, at the time, they told us we have to do this because it is totally immoral and a
His
violation
eyebrows.
of our
And he's
sacred
just-
norms when a
Yeah, I mean, you guys notice it too. When I see him, like when other shows have his clips of him on, bro, he's getting ridiculous looking. Another 10, 15 years, that dude is going to be fucking wild, bro. He's just going to look like some old Jew from, history or something. All he needs is the curls, man.
Larger country just grabs the
Oy
territory
vey.
of a smaller country.
What are you talking about?
Post Venezuela, it's kind of harder to make that case with a straight face. So looking back, you got to expect a lot of the cheerleaders for the war against Russia might feel a little bit silly, might feel like the moral case they were standing on was kicked out from underneath them, because it was.
Mm-hmm.
But whatever,
How
excuse me, whatever
disastrous
you
would
think
that have been?
about why we were there and the wisdom of it, the truth is, at the demand of the very same people who told us we had to get into this Iran war, those very same people demanded, you may recall 4 years ago, that we get into the war against Russia and that we expend billions and billions and billions, hundreds of billions of dollars and critical munitions we could use to defend ourselves in the fight against Vladimir Putin because he was Hitler. Again, things look very different right now. But at the time, everybody in D.C. in both parties bought that story. The Democrats were all for it. The Republicans were all for it. This isn't the first bipartisan regime change war we've tried to fight. It's one of many. And in the course of that war, we expended a lot of critical munitions that we might be able to guarantee Israel's safety with now, but it looks like, from all available reports, we're running low. In fact, we're getting some, apparently, anti-drone technology from Ukraine. Savor that irony for a moment, if you would.
From Ukraine,
So whatever
bro.
the cause,
What the
and there'll be,
fuck, man?
one hopes, time enough for finger pointing and blame and reverse engineering in an attempt to understand what we just went through. The fact remains, it seems unlikely that the United States will be able to guarantee the safety of Israel. We can't guarantee it now, despite a real effort to. So what does that mean? Well, it means that at some stage, it is possible that Israel will feel it has no choice. We hope they feel
use
they
a
have no choice,
nuke?
they're not doing it for fun. But in any case, they might have to resort to a nuclear strike on Iran.
Dude, that would be insane.
Which would be a tragedy for the people of Iran, most of whom have nothing to do with any of this, who would get vaporized. It would be a tragedy for the region, which would be poisoned by radioactive fallout. And it would be a tragedy for the world.
I don't like either of them either.
Because the last taboo
Couple of loud
would be
mouths.
shattered. Truly, the last taboo. You can literally castrate yourself and call yourself a woman. You get applauded. There are very few
Yeah,
taboos
pretty
left.
much.
Using nuclear weapons is the last remaining big taboo. And once that is gone, we know from the elimination of
that would
other
be
taboos
insane
that
if
things
that-
change really fast. Oh, it already happened. I think I'll try it.
If they start
And you could
using
very
nukes.
easily see, either quickly or over time, a series of nuclear exchanges that kill most people on Earth. So that would be a huge deal. For the first time in 80 years, a nuclear weapon would be used. And it's by the way, not an attack on Israel, to note this, though they have been very eager to threaten it in the past. Their threshold is much lower than most people's, but still you can kind of understand it. If Israel gets targeted for destruction by Iran and the United States isn't there to reliably protect Israeli cities, they could use nukes. And then we could see truly the destruction of a lot of the world. So you don't want that to happen. In fact, you have to stop that from happening. You have to decelerate. But how do you do that? And again, without too much gloating, because this is no time to gloat or say I told you so, this is actually one of the reasons that some people argued against this conflict in the first place.
Right.
Because,
The hell?
like all wars, much easier to get in than to get out. So there are reports today, which again could be lies, probably. Again, everyone lies in war, everyone has incentive to, but there are reports that don't seem totally crazy that envoys from the United States have suggested that our country might be open to some kind of ceasefire. Like, hey, let's settle down for a second. And the Iranians, whether they're telling the truth or not, but the fact that even go to the trouble of lying about this tells you something, have said, no, we're not doing that. Why would we agree to a ceasefire when your
You just
previous
keep
diplomatic
fighting
efforts
us,
were clearly
attacking us.
dishonest and didn't work in any case? We couldn't trust you.
These
Is
asshole
diplomacy,
politicians,
diplomacy
bro.
itself,
Fuck
the
these
search for a peaceful
bastards.
revolution to violent conflict, is that even a category anymore? Who knows? But apparently the Iranians have said, no, we're not interested in a ceasefire. And they're probably bluffing too. Of course, everything's a bluff. This is the Middle East. But the fact that they're coming out and saying that does point to a fundamental problem that, propaganda aside, is totally real, and that is the United States is not wholly in charge of what happens next. We can, of course, influence it, definitely.
Yeah, that's wild.
But if you're a middle-aged American, speaking for myself, and you've lived your entire life in a country that called the shots globally, a country that issued blue passports to you that were basically your amulet of protection, no one could really mess with you when you have an American passport because the United States set the terms.
Yeah.
For
Not
global
anymore.
trade, it had the greatest military. In the end, no one's really going to mess with America. And if we want to shut down a war or start a war, we can. And there are no existential consequences to us. We're not going to get blown off the map for starting a war, especially with like small primitive countries. So we did it a lot. But this is the first conflict of our lifetimes where the United States is not fully in charge of what happens next. And that's because there are not just one, but two other players in this calculation. And as noted, the first is Iran. And they fully understand that all they need to do is survive. And by surviving, they become much
and
more
they take us
powerful than they
out
were
pretty
when they
much.
started.
That's wild.
And they have all kinds of other reasons to want to continue. The most obvious being, and you're not allowed to say this, but it's true.
We're not in a
is
good
that
spot.
Unconditional surrender leaves you open to who knows what. And most non-degraded.
It's like they don't even have to do anything. The fact that we've been struggling, or it wasn't over instantly. That's enough. That's enough. We're in trouble.
Most people with any self-respect of any religion in any part of the country understand that you can never unconditionally surrender, because in so doing, you've given up your humanity. You can't do that. Would you unconditionally surrender your family to someone else? No, of course you wouldn't. Who would do that? And if you would do that, then you don't deserve to have a family or be the head of household, because you're degraded. You have no self-respect and you have no real love for those you're in charge of. It's really that simple. This is not a question of Islam versus Christianity, the West versus East. It's a question of the way people are. Unconditional surrender is a lot to ask of anybody.
It is.
It took a nuclear bomb to get the Japanese to do it. It took
two nuclear bombs,
destruction,
not one,
for the Germans to agree.
Two cities just wiped off the fucking
So if we're
earth.
asking for that unconditional surrender,
Something serious.
The Iranians understand perfectly well the stakes, and they kind of can't give up. So that's the problem there. But the other more unusual problem, really without precedent, is that we are fighting this war in partnership with another country, Israel. Now, to those who say, well, we've done this before, we had coalition ventures, peacekeeping forces in Yugoslavia, Afghanistan, and Iraq. Yeah, true. But none of those coalition partners had.
Bro, literally Europe, they're like fighting their own little war right now against invade. You know what I mean? They're not, their population is disintegrating. Like, who the fuck are they? They're not even going to exist in a few a generation or two. So it's like, meh, I just don't see, nobody's listening to those people.
Thing approaching decision-making authority over the mission. It was the United States and its allies or satellite states or countries we have troops in a lot of cases, and they were tagging along in the same way the South Koreans did in Vietnam. A lot of South Korean troops in Vietnam. Most people don't remember that. Why'd they do that? Because we protected them from invasion by the Chinese and the North Koreans in 1953. So they were grateful, and they accompanied us to Vietnam for a brief period as a gesture of gratitude. But they were never in charge of the plans in Vietnam. Westmoreland was in charge. LBJ was in charge. Nixon was in charge. This country has not, at least since the Second World War, handed any measure of operational control in a wartime theater to a foreign power.
It's true.
And why is that? Not because we don't have allies or people we like or people we share common goals with. We've got a lot of those, or we had a lot of those. But because no two countries' interests are identical. Even identical twins, if you spend enough time around them, are different in ways you can perceive. No two anything are exactly the same. And nations, which are complicated, don't even have that many points of intersection in their interests. There's a lot that separates the national interests of two separate countries. So if you enter a war co-joined with another country, you're going to reach a point very soon where your interests diverge from those of your partner. And in a war, the stakes are very, very high. So you would never do that, ever. If you cared about your country, why would you do that? And of all the things that historians will reveal in the aftermath of this war, the one that some of us should be paying the closest attention to is who made that decision? Who decided it was okay for the United States to be yoked to a foreign nation in the middle of a war with a country of 92 million people? That is one of the craziest things this country's ever done.
Yeah.
And the people who decided to do it should be exposed and they should be penalized.
Yeah, I think there does
Because
need some
that
heads need to roll
single
after
decision
this.
will
Like, bro,
cost, unfortunately,
you basically just showed like everybody's like, oh shit, the emperor has no clothes. Like, because Trump, they gassed him up, got him to attack some shitty little country, paper tiger, Venezuela, and then said, see, you could do that in Iran. You know what I mean? And like gassed him up, convinced him. And they've also been paying him hundreds of millions of dollars, Saudi Arabia and Israel. Miriam Adelson, that guy Zhang, he had a good point. He said, that Miriam Adelson said she'd put $250 million towards him running again for a third term. And if this war drags on, he could get emergency war powers and push those elections off. I mean, I didn't think that was possible, but I didn't think what's happening was possible. So it's like, hey man, as a people, we need to like stamp this shit out now. Stamp this shit out ASAP, because this is how shit gets out of control and you end up in being in an oppressive dictatorship, some shitty autocracy.
to be true, more American lives. It may extend this far past a point where the American interest is served. And by the way, we are approaching the point at which we get no more returns from being engaged in this war. If you know that you're going to negotiate your way out of something in the end, in other words, if you're not going to destroy each other with nuclear weapons, demand total abject surrender, but if you think there's even a possibility you're going to have to negotiate your way out of something, you want to do it at the apogee of your power, at your most powerful point. You don't want to do it when your power is obviously decreasing.
It
Let's
is
say when you start to
critical,
run
bro.
out of
Well
weapons because you
said,
sent them
man.
all to Ukraine because Ben
Scary,
Shapiro demanded
too.
you do that. And why wouldn't you want to negotiate when your weakness is obvious? Because you'll get
Small
worse
kids
terms.
or something right now.
The United States has a true national interest in controlling or having a say in the flow of energy out of the Persian Gulf through the Straits of Hormuz.
Absolutely.
If you could narrow down our interests to just one, we have many interests, but just one, it's that. It's very important for the United States to have some say in that. And if we negotiate our way out when we're weaker rather than stronger, we will have less say. And if we negotiate our way out in humiliation, God forbid that doesn't happen, we will have almost no say at all. And so it is very important to begin those conversations now if you think there's a possibility we could negotiate our way out, if we don't have to go to nukes. And let's hope that we do believe that. So what stands in the way? Well, again, as noted, the Iranians, they've got to be reasonable and willing to bend a little bit, and that's not easy because they're not that reasonable and they're inflamed right now. But it's not just the Iranians, it's Israel too. And from the very first day, Israeli priorities have taken precedent over American priorities. American national interest has been pushed down,
Yeah,
and in its
hesitation.
place has been elevated Israeli national interest. And what specifically are we talking about here? Think about the target list. So the first big strike of the war eliminated the Ayatollah, who was 86 years old and not simply the head of state technically, but the head of a religion, Shia Islam. Apparently had prostate cancer and was totally willing to be martyred. So
Oh,
that
shit, I got
alone
it
should
to
tell
work.
you,
Hell
wait a
yeah.
second, why would we
Fuck
kill
yes.
that guy? He may
That
be
is sick,
bad, he may be the
bro.
most evil person in the world. Mark
No
Levin
shit.
tells us he's Hitler. Great.
Your boy got
bad.
Rumble
I don't think
shit to
we're
work.
against that. We're
Rumble's
against Hitler.
API to work. Hell yeah.
But killing him will have what
Already
effect?
know.
60 seconds. Predict. Oh, maybe.
Bro, if he gets
it will
emergency war
unite the
powers, none of that shit matters, bro. That's like the same as fucking martial law. He does what he wants at that point. Like, you're crazy, bro. If you think just because, things are written down that this government can't be taken control of by force, you're crazy, bro. You're fucking in the clouds. I don't know if you ever seen that movie called 7 Days in May with Burt Lancaster and Kirk Douglas. It was literally about a general taking the fucking trying to take over the government. I mean, it was pretty wild, but it can happen, man. It's possible.
On religious grounds, and make the opposition to the United States and Israel stronger.
I can't believe I got that shit.
Maybe
to
it's
work
also a kind of point of no return after which you can't really negotiate your way out. You killed our religious leader. When was the last time America killed a religious leader? It's not a defense of the Ayatollah. Sorry, Ben Shapiro. Not a defense of Shia Islam. It's a defense of American national interests.
Yeah, you fuck. Oh,
And if you're having trouble remembering the last time we killed a religious leader, it's because we haven't killed any religious leaders, at least not
it
openly.
is kind of crazy.
Because we don't want to start religious wars, because they're hard to fight and very hard to resolve. And how is that good for us?
It's not good.
How is that good for our access to LNG and oil from the Gulf? Tell me, Ben Shapiro, can you find the Gulf on a map? No.
No.
So why did we do that? Now, we don't know exactly why we did that. Maybe there were American military planners who thought sincerely, hey, I've got an idea. Let's kill the Ayatollah. Then all the liberal elements in the country will rise up. They won't actually discover their latent Shia Islam and rally around an 86-year-old man who was killed along with his family. Maybe there were actually American military planners who thought that, but more likely, there were Israeli strategists who realized that once the United States kills the Ayatollah, kind of can't get out. We're all in. And you also got to suspect that Israeli priorities may have informed
you were saying 2 consecutive terms.
our
I didn't even
tragic
think about
decision
that.
to
You might be
bomb.
right,
It was
man.
revealed today. It was,
May
in
very
fact,
well be
tragically
right.
the U.S. military by mistake, bombing a girls' school attached to an Iranian naval base where the daughters of naval officers went to school, and over 100 of them were killed. Well, that's just terrible, okay? America doesn't do stuff like that, and actually doesn't. And the times that we have done it,
We don't want
we've
to do
apologized
shit
and
like
prosecuted
that.
the people who did it. When civilians are killed in large numbers and it becomes public, the United States military, going back hundreds of years, has felt a moral obligation, being a Western, not an Eastern country, to apologize for the death of innocents and punish the people responsible. It's happened a lot. Because we don't do things like that. Israel does do things like that. Israel sets off pagers in the pockets of people they can't identify. They're just out there. They're going to go off and they'll kill some terrorists and maybe some others, which they did. And that's the price they're willing to pay. That's not a price that we're willing to pay because we're not Israel. So you have to wonder, like, how did this happen? So the U.S. government is saying this was a tragedy. It was a mistake. Totally believable. It was a case of bad targeting. Where'd the targeting come from? That's the question. Where do we get those
Probably came from
targeting
Israel, chances are.
numbers?
Fucking bastards.
Oh. We don't know, of course, but it's worth asking. Where do we get those numbers? And by the way, where do we get the intel upon which we made our assumptions that we should go into Iran and that there was a huge and anxious group of liberal-minded Iranians who wanted to throw off the shackles of theocracy and that just a few choice bombs would unleash the desire for freedom within, and they would do the work for us and affect regime change themselves. And that from among them would arise a pro-Western leader. Why did we think that was true? It turned out not to be true, unfortunately. Well, it may not surprise you to learn that almost all of our signals information, our SIGINT, out of Iran, is translated by our ally and partner in this war, Israel. Now, that's not to suggest that the Israelis, who have a lot of Farsi speakers among them, because there are a lot of Iranians who moved to Israel, Persian Jews who moved to Israel, it's not to suggest that the Israeli government would in any way be tainting or withholding or mistranslating or...
I would have to agree with you there, Otto and Cowboy. I mean, if it does say 2 consecutive, or if the, whatever the amendment, if it does say that, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if he made a run. Although he is old as fuck.
This electronic intelligence to get us into a war that doesn't serve our interests. I mean, really? Who would do that?
Really?
But it raises the question of incentives. So just to be clear, Israel has an incentive for the United States to stay in this conflict and make sure that Iran doesn't win, because if Iran wins, that's that's an actual existential threat.
They're in trouble if Iran wins.
Israel's an existential threat to Israel.
They're looking sick.
Its nuclear program was not an existential threat to Israel. An Iran that emerges intact after this conflict is an existential threat to Israel. That is true. That's not an overstatement.
What's crazy is I feel like nobody was calling this a week or two ago. Honestly, I think most people just didn't see this occurring. Like, this was on nobody's lips that we were going to, we would be talking about not being able to win. Israel, I mean, everybody thought Israel was like one step away from, having the throat of the Middle East in their grip. And like, I bet you they're kind of wishing that they hadn't fucking kicked that hornet's nest now. Pieces of shit.
So they have every incentive to keep us in. and to tell us lies about the nature of the threat in Iran, about what they think is going to happen next, about chatter they pick up on the ground in Iran. They have every incentive to skew the SIGINT in their favor. Now, it's not even an attack on Israel, by the way. The second you join in an enterprise like this with a foreign country, you are certain to get problems like this. And by the way, to be fair, trying to be fair, the Israelis apparently are a little bit frustrated too, because they look over, they've got a whole set of priorities that are very important to them, and we don't share them all. Ground troops would be a perfect example.
And they're
they would like
pissed
ground
off.
troops. Flat out. They would like ground troops. Why wouldn't they? Our ground troops,
Of
not
course.
theirs.
Of course they want ours.
They're busy invading southern Lebanon and
Fuckers.
cleansing Lebanon, including Christian villages in Lebanon, killing a priest. Now, why would Israel be invading Lebanon right now? And they've lost people doing it, by the way. It's been a slog for them. Well, strictly speaking, it's because Iran activated Hezbollah, which is a proxy for Iran, in southern Lebanon. They started attacking northern Israel. Okay. Who could have seen that coming? Just because they killed the leader of Hezbollah, Nasrallah, a year ago doesn't mean it doesn't exist anymore. Of course it does. But the effect of this is not attacking anybody, just noting it, is the United States is all in, trying to defeat Iran, push back these attacks on all of our allies in the Gulf and on Israel. And Israel is taking this opportunity to grab more land in southern Lebanon. So we're fighting Iran while they're taking over contiguous land from one of their neighbors and cleansing it of Arabs. Huh. How is that in our interest? Why would we want to take credit for that? Why would we be in favor of that? That's a problem for Israel to deal with.
Right.
But that's what they're doing. And of course, that's always what they were going to do, because Israel is acting in what it claims is its own interest, or what Benjamin Netanyahu believes is in his own interest, because we don't have the same interests. And that was very obvious in the first hours after this, when the prime minister of Israel, in his, I think, first remarks on the new war with Iran, said two things. One, I've been waiting for this for 40 years. This is part of a pre-existing plan, totally disconnected from Iran's modern nuclear program, which was not in the same condition 40 years ago.
I'm
If you
wondering
think
how
about
they
something
feel
for
about
40
that
years,
now,
you're probably
fucks.
not describing an imminent threat. Hard to be imminent for 40 years. This is an effort to expand the territory and the influence of Israel in the Middle East. Of course. Again, not an attack on Israel, it's just a fact. That's the first thing he said, revealing his motive, just saying it out loud. One wonderful thing about Israelis is, unlike Americans, they're less circumspect. Just kind of say it.
Yeah, they don't really care what.
And the
people
second
think.
thing he said, and I'm paraphrasing, but it's
Truly.
about right, he said in today's Torah portion, we read about the Amalekites, about Amalek. And that would be a direct reference to 1 Samuel 15, in which God commands the Israelites to kill the Amalekites. All of them, every single one of them, to commit genocide against Amalek. The men, the women, the children, the infants, is almost verbatim quote, and the animals. The camels and the sheep. All of them.
The
Kill them
dogs, the
all.
fucking
Wipe them off the
donkeys.
face of the earth. And in fact, God punishes the Israelites for not following his instructions and sparing some. So whatever you think of that, whether it's your theology or not, your religion or not, it almost doesn't matter. In a geopolitical context, no one has talked that way in 80 years. No national leader has stood on camera and said, our goal is genocide.
Yeah.
And not like semi-modern Nerf genocide where you kill a lot of people, make the rest of them leave, but actual genocide where you kill everybody and their children, quote, and their infants
God
and
damn.
their animals.
They're just an evil.
You
group of
erase
people.
any evidence they ever existed, period.
It's the idea
1
that
Samuel
our
15, in
kids
case you're interested in reading it.
and we, this
And it is
generation,
interesting,
are
and
never
it's of
gonna
course
own anything.
part of
Think
Judaism,
about
it's part of
it.
Christianity, it's
Never
the
making
Old
income
Testament.
to support a
So it's not an
family,
attack
never
on
being
the
able to
verse,
have a family.
but to invoke that verse in the middle of a hot war and respond to it by saying, this is what we're doing today. Amalek is Iran, is to call for genocide against your opponent. Now, without even judging that, it's worth noting that is not in the interest of the United States. Despite what the president said today about eliminating the country with nuclear weapons, that is not in the interest of the United States. It's not the desire of the American people to commit genocide against
Hell no.
Iranians.
That's not what we want.
without even considering what the downstream effects of that might be, profound, without even considering that. Ask yourself, is that why we're in this war? Because we think the Iranians are Amalek? They seem kind of awful and scary, and they're like bad Islamic people or whatever.
Bad Islamic people
But
or whatever.
are we really going to try to eliminate every one of them? The men, the women, the children, the infants, the camels and the sheep? Nah, that's not in our purview because it's not in our interest, because first of all, we don't do things like that and never should. And second, how does that make us stronger and richer and more secure? I don't think it does. Israel has a different view. And so that's the point. This
Frozen
can never
taquitos, hell
work
yeah.
in America's national interest as long as it is tethered to another country's national interest. And if that doesn't work, if it doesn't work in the middle of a war, it probably doesn't work in peacetime either. It probably doesn't work to have a permanent Israeli detachment at, say, the Pentagon, where our wars are planned, or at
that's not a good
CIA,
idea.
where information is collated and analyzed. It probably doesn't work to have people in all branches of government who are dual citizens with Israel and other countries. What? Because you're always going to wind up where we are now, which is tethered to another country, which may be a good country or a bad country. We can debate that. But it's not America. And the purpose of the American government is to serve the American people. Not in some abstract way in their war against radical Islam, but in a concrete way, like nicer airports and no crime and decent schools. The things that any citizen should expect from his government. And if you're totally ignoring all of those on behalf of another country, it's just not acceptable. And it's also not sustainable. And so no matter where this goes, and again, we pray it is resolved peacefully and soon, our country needs to think through how this happened, find out in specific terms, not bury it like 9/11 and every other traumatic event over the last 50 years or 63 years. It's like, oh, we're not really sure. We need to be sure. How did this happen? How can we prevent it from happening again? A sober assessment of what went wrong. That's what all functional institutions do. They used to be called after-action reports, and they were mandatory so it didn't happen again. That's what the NTSB does with plane crashes.
Yeah, well, that's what the Admiralty
We're not going to guess. We're not going to blame radical Islam.
That's what the Admiralty and England
We're going to find out
after something
whether
bad
the pedo
happened,
tubes worked. We're going to find out.
or like Captain Bligh in the Mutiny of the Bounty. If you lost a battleship or a ship of the line, you had to come back and answer for that, whether it was your fault or not. That shit fell on your head. You had to have gone out of your way and made sure that, basically, if it was like a mutiny, you couldn't have done anything to provoke it, because if you did, they looked at you and they basically said, "Motherfucker, you just cost us millions of dollars." And they would put your ass on a tribunal and shit. And a lot of people got dishonorably thrown out. I mean, that's what happens though. Somebody has to answer for military fuck ups. There's too much on the line. There's too much at stake. And the fact that we don't do that, it's ridiculous. Why the hell? Like, it truly is ridiculous. Like, why don't we punish people that fuck around like that make mistakes like that? Other countries do. England always did. Just kind of bothers me, honestly.
Specifics that led to this tragedy, because we don't want more tragedies. And if we'd done that after the Iraq War, we probably wouldn't be here.
They would have a drumhead court martial and determine if you were negligent. And if you were in trouble. You were in deep shit.
Started, which, as everyone knows, went on for 20 years at great cost, trillions of dollars, and the deaths of hundreds of thousands, millions of people, all in, was started under very similar circumstances. Pressure from Israel, bad intelligence, in part, not exclusively, but in part from Israel, a massive lobbying campaign by Israel-aligned pundits and think tank people, politicians. And if it had gone well, okay. But it didn't. And no one was ever punished for it. And more critically, no one ever explained precisely what happened.
I don't know,
and
man.
23 years later,
it is
that
crazy.
Was 23 years ago this month, we're still debating why it happened. And there are increasingly few people who were there and remember. I'm one of them.
It is kind of odd. Why are we helping?
Let's not let that happen this time.
I guess it's because we have a lot of interests.
Wars like this. Literally can't
We do have a
afford
lot
it,
of interests
and we
around
shouldn't
the
have to.
world.
Because the purpose of the U.S.
But we've gotten all intertwined with these other, like we're so intertwined with Saudi Arabia and shit. I guess it's helped us be prosperous, but it's just like, man, at what cost? Now we're kind of, like thinking, man, was that a good idea to fucking couple our fucking economies with some shit desert province way in the middle of nowhere?
Government is to serve
It
Americans.
remains to be seen.
period. Ranchers built America, feeding our country for over 250 years through droughts and wars and recessions. Company. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, an honest man, Dr. Brett Weinstein.
Oh, no shit. Let's have this Brett on.
To see you in person.
Glad to be here.
I like him a
this is
hell of a
one of
lot
those
better than I
moments
like
it's
Eric
hard to
Weinstein.
understand what's
Fuck
happening.
Eric Weinstein. He's a
But
pompous
here's what I
ass.
believe to be true.
I will say this,
The
though, Brett,
president
he's a little bit of a
had
nerd,
deep reservations
but
about doing this.
he's
He
sincere.
promised repeatedly as he campaigned for this job that he wouldn't do this war with Iran. He made fun of people who suggested he do it.
And he's a very
I don't
serious
think many of his
interlocutor.
actual employed advisors were eager to do this. That's my impression, based on the reporting. And the only people who wanted to do it were a group of informal advisors on the outside who were calling in, you got to do it. Mark Thiessen of the Washington Post and other people whose opinions hard to imagine taking seriously. But whatever, they wanted it, and Benjamin Netanyahu wanted it. The country did not want it at all, as expressed in polling, but we did it anyway.
It's funny, Brett is more
Turned
popular
out
than
to
his
be, I
brother
think it
now.
will turn out to be, unfortunately, a kind of a pivot in our history. Why did we do this? What was the point? Do you have any sense?
Well, I've spent a lot of time thinking about that question, and I will say I find Trump himself a fascinating and mysterious character. He's highly unusual, and therefore it's a little hard to
Do
understand.
you find him more mysterious now than you did 10 years ago when you first started watching, when we all first started watching?
Yeah.
Well,
no
I
shit.
understand him a lot better than I did because, of course, I now have so much
Data.
evidence of
Yeah.
how he behaves under different circumstances, for both better and worse. But in thinking about this move, it seems like such an obvious mistake,
It was
both
absurd.
from the point of view of the nation
was
and the danger
ridiculously
of
stupid.
a quagmire, which I think is
We knew this
substantial,
was going to happen. We warned
and the
the whole
danger of a
country.
terrible
The average
outcome,
Joe
which I
warned
think
about this.
will likely be avoided, but I do worry about the role that nuclear weapons could play here. But the thing that really causes me to think there's something I can't see is that the mistake that Trump has made here is a political mistake.
Yeah.
If you picked one realm where I would expect Trump not to make an obvious mistake, it would be the political. I literally think we are
Smart.
dealing with a political genius, right? If nothing else, this person has understood the way he is viewed, the American electorate, such that he could be relied upon not to make a blunder of this scale,
And we
especially
thought he wouldn't.
as his presidency hangs in the balance, which it clearly does, because
Yeah.
if the Democrats
Fuck, man.
take the Senate
Stupid
in
motherfucker.
addition to the House, then not only will he be impeached, which I think is highly likely,
Oh, yeah. And I'll
of
be
the
right
House
there
alone,
cheering it on, too,
but
if
he
they
will be
do.
convicted, and that will be the end of his presidency.
Oh.
It will also be his legacy. So, why would a man who understands politics better than any of us, a guy who did what I would have told you was impossible,
I mean, to
he
think it's
beat
his,
the duopoly, both sides of it, took
To
over the
think that
Republican
any
Party,
man
defeated the Democratic Party.
that is so successful as Trump is simple and easy to figure out. The guy's, pretty damn successful prior to politics, and maybe the most successful politician in the last century and a half. For you to just write him off as simple and easy, that's pretty dismissive and flippant, don't you think? I mean, what makes you think he's easy? He's simple. Like, what makes you think he's simple? It's not like you know the guy. I mean, I've seen a lot of what he's done, and maybe he's crass, but I don't see simple. I don't see, Forrest Gump style simple at all. He's quite cold and calculating.
Soundly. That is a person
Although
with insight.
this is
Making a move
odd that this happened.
That seems like a childish blunder.
Everybody's surprised. Everybody that voted for him is surprised. No, he seems a little bit more on top of things than this. Maybe it's because he's getting older. He was. I guess it definitely has to be his age, but I would say he's simple. I mean, ha- just like right now, can you say that he did this out of vanity? I mean, to me, that just seems incomplete. Like, what to say that he just went into this for vanity? Or, I mean, I think there's some data we're missing here. And do you, okay, never mind. Go ahead, and that's how you feel about it.
And it leaves me with a very unsettling hypothesis. I don't have high confidence in it, but my concern is that this is evidence that he is not in control.
Yeah.
He is
for
not in
sure.
control as commander-in-chief of his own armed forces, and that he is, in fact, having to rationalize decisions that he would not have made and promised not to make on the campaign trail. And I don't quite know what to do with that. It's a very unsettling thought, but I don't see the win here, and I don't see a win in a short enough time period that this could put him ahead in the midterms. It's very hard for me to imagine that.
Well, I think that's the least bad outcome from the perspective of the Trump administration. If Republicans get stomped in the midterms, but then somehow recover a workable majority of voters, I think they'll be thrilled. But I think the potential consequences, unless the party is to find a leader who represents its voters, because it's really that simple over time. Are you addressing the concerns of your voters? If so, you probably get elected, and if you're not, you probably won't. I mean, I think it's like, Gavin Newsom's going to be president if this continues on its current course. So the question is, what do you need to restore, actually? I mean, leaving aside how do you get out of the war, which I think is very complicated, but how do you restore confidence in the government after the government just admitted they got Americans killed on behalf of another country, which is what they've admitted and what they did?
Crazy.
Well, I mean, I will tell you, I don't think I was naive going into the last election. I have long viewed the duopoly as unbeatable and Trump as capable of a political feat in that realm that others weren't. But in terms of how compromised our governmental structures are by corruption, there was always the question as to whether or not there was enough power left in American elections to actually change our trajectory as a country. And in the aftermath of the attack on Iran, I'm shaken. I don't know. I think the answer I just got is it didn't matter who you voted for. The neocons had moved over to the Democratic Party. I think Iran, we know it was on their agenda for decades. I think an attack on Iran was coming, and I tweeted before this happened, we're going to attack Iran and we're not going to be given a choice about it. And that feels like what has occurred. But I do want to say the hypothesis that the president is not in control is one of two. The alternative hypothesis, as far as I can see it, is that he is being shown a very compelling false rendition of the world that has led him to act in a way that would be politically advantageous.
Like he thought it was going to be like Venezuela.
Would be in the interest of the nation if what he was seeing was true.
That would be what I would bet on.
But that it isn't. Now, that's also a very unsettling possibility, that he is surrounded by people who are, wittingly or not, showing him a picture that is unrealistic so that he would, in fact, put our military in harm's way and destabilize Iran, not understanding what the likely consequences were.
Well, I don't think there's any question about that. And the people who are calling to influence him, are unwise but also ignorant and have a track record of bad calls and but possess maximum aggression. So there's no question that his fact picture was totally distorted, and it still is. I mean, the overwhelming majority of Iranian signal information, signal intelligence, that we receive has been translated by Israel.
Huh.
So
Jesus,
okay.
man. That's incredible.
It's been filtered.
That's fucking
and
incredible.
maybe
dude.
honestly, maybe not. But yeah, he's not seeing the whole picture. Of course, no president does. But he's also, as you just suggested at the outset, which is the most interesting thing, he overrode his own instincts. He's amazing political instincts. People zig, he zags, he turns out to be right. He attacked the Iraq War when that was totally verboten in the Republican Party in the primaries in 2016, and it turned out to be the most resonant thing. Yes, finally someone's saying it. Only he knew that. Only he understood that. So his instincts are like at the highest level, and he ignored them. So why?
You obviously want to sleep well and fashionably.
Yeah, I mean,
Brooklyn
I don't
bedding
really
can
trust
help.
any of these
Here
snakes.
at TCN, we take
if you want to know
these mattresses so great.
You know, how
Only
my
how Brooke-
feelings towards that. I don't trust none of these people. However, they can be insightful. They do they are privy to conversations I'm not. They have friends in they have friends in the government and shit. They have sources. And they talk about this stuff, and they all have their own sources, and I would be a fool to turn these data points down and not include them into my overall, big picture of everything. And, whether they're snakes or not, that doesn't mean they're not offering a value, piece of the picture, piece of the puzzle. And, I'm not a big fan of either of these guys, actually. It's Brett, I've warmed up to him a little bit more, but I used to think he was a bit of a nerdy weasel, kind of always in his older brother's shadow, but he's kind of had a good, his points are very thought provoking. And that's kind of what I look for in a commenter.
Our system is and what it is resulting in us doing, but how does it actually work? What is it that is actually driving us to do what we do? And, we can see parts of it. We can see lobbying, for example. It's
Well,
the loophole
they're thinking
in our
men.
system where
They use their heads.
the system is pay for play. That is used day in and day out
And they
by
can
corporations to get us to do things that are bad for
They can,
our health, bad
argue
for
their point. They can
our
explain it very
long-term
well.
financial
They're very
well-being,
articulate.
and bad in every regard. But obviously, our adversaries abroad will have
Got our
noticed that
number.
we have a pay-for-play system, and if they aren't taking advantage of it,
They'd
that
be
would be
fools.
surprising. I would like to know why they would have missed the opportunity, so presumably they are. And that also applies to our allies, unfortunately. That is to say, anytime somebody has an interest that is in conflict with the interests that we Americans actually have, they are in a position to nudge us in their direction, and we are undoubtedly being nudged. On the other hand, I don't think that can be the sum total of it. And I will tell you, I don't like saying
I think
any
a
of
lot
this.
of us
I don't want
voted
to
for
be
Trump
doing
because
this.
of the
But
people he
tell
was
me
going to
about
be
it.
surrounded with, supposedly.
The reason that the
And they're nowhere to be found.
Epstein
Which is
phenomenon,
insane.
whatever it was, is so important is that it suggests a hidden power structure that was there for leverage.
Yeah, and all somebody had to do
It
was
is
pull the
unfortunate
lever.
that in the edit that we have been shown, we don't have conclusive evidence of who, what they were after, or even how the leverage worked. All we can see is strong evidence that there was something. Logically, it is implied that it was connected to intelligence services, ours, likely
Yeah, what the hell
Israel's.
happened?
Who knows?
He had a good group of people around him, seemed, that were representing several different centrist, more or less, points of view. And then we elect him, and it's like those people just fade off into the abyss, and then we get stuck with some neocon snakes. It's incredible.
else. But when you see your government, your president, functioning in ways that do not add up, it's like
It doesn't make
watching
sense.
a planet behave oddly because of the gravity of some object you haven't found yet.
Yeah.
Right?
Dude,
There's the
good
implication
point.
that there's something with power in this system that is undeclared. As far as we know, it's unnamed. And the central question is, What is it? How does it work? And how much effect is it having on what we do?
How the hell can we
And
stop it?
I tried in my own way to raise this issue publicly. I believe we are in the midst not only of a constitutional crisis, which arguably has been ongoing since 2001, maybe much longer, maybe 1963.
Around November 22nd, in that range of 1963.
Israel, fucking
Yeah,
bane of our
exactly.
existence.
Well, that's the question: was that a lone gun nut, or was that a coup? And if it was a coup, did the thing that took power ever relinquish it? I don't know the answer to that question.
I'll just put it this way. If the U.S. government ever goes bankrupt and disability payments stop, Social Security payments stop, all payments stop, medical research, the CIA will still be well-funded.
Well, the CIA, I used to say black budget, because obviously there are black budgets. But then I realized I was using the wrong term. A black budget is a budget that is
They don't have a
opaque
budget.
to the outside world, but it still comes from somewhere.
They don't have one. Yeah, it's
The
just,
real problem is the ability to fund your own agency.
Of course.
And if you have superior information about the world, you know what's going to happen because you're in part responsible, or you're listening into things that are responsible, then you are in a perfect position to create a budget that is under no one's control. And I'm afraid we have rogue agencies
Jesus.
that are independent of any structure that was imagined by our founders.
What a pickle.
They're their own countries, and there's no one who's not afraid of them.
No one is not afraid of them. So
There's literally, I've never met anyone. The more knowledgeable someone is about the
more
workings
they're
of government,
scared
the
of
more
them.
afraid he is of CIA.
Damn right. That's
I'm not saying
absolutely
CIA is running around
facts.
killing people, but they can,
It's up there.
I mean, to some extent they are, but I don't think they're like murdering thousands of Americans every year, but they'll trip you up hard if you mess with them. That's
Right.
just true. Everyone knows that.
they'll gaslight you into functional insanity. They'll
100%.
eliminate you.
Leak your text to the New York Times, for sure.
Yeah, these things can happen. So I guess my point is, not only are we in the ongoing constitutional crisis, it's just clear that we are. What the start date is can be debated. We are also in the midst of an acute national security crisis.
Yes.
Something has control within our governmental structures that does not have our interests at heart.
Well, thank God they're not calling us conspiracy theorists for pointing this shit out anymore. Anybody who's objectively looking at this with any sense can see that we aren't privy to some of the the dealings going on here. Where there's something we're missing. You know, when things don't make sense, chances almost 100% of the time, it's because you have missing data. We have missing data.
And I don't know what we do about that, but I know
Now,
that there.
why do you say whatever this control mechanism is, this force, doesn't have our interests at heart?
Well, I think that's evident from what we do. Most of our activity is actually negative with respect to its impact on Americans. I mean, in fact, if we simply took the resources at our disposal and pointed them at the problems that people care about,
People would be happy.
we could be vastly better off.
We could be
wouldn't
living
live
in a great
country where
place.
Huge numbers of fentanyl zombies in every city with, onerous taxation and cruddy services. The point is we are simultaneously being drained on the one hand of our resources and on the other hand receiving the worst conceivable service for it. What we get, I would be perfectly comfortable paying high taxes if they were making society better.
Oh,
Right?
yes, definitely.
But I'm not comfortable with paying high taxes that are used to punish me and surveil
Yeah.
me and all of that. Of course.
Damn right. Well
who
said.
would be? So all I'm saying is that if I look at the activity of government, it is hostile to the interests of the American people.
That's right.
Almost always.
It will do-
almost always. It's like point for point.
It does
you know,
everything it
it's like-
wants to and nothing we want it to. That's what we're looking at here. It does everything for its benefit and its donors' benefit, but for the fucking people that fund it, and we They do nothing for us. It's crazy.
During COVID, you know, if you looked at what the CDC asked you to do, every single thing was the inverse of what you should have done, just to maintain your own health. It's like that. You are getting a program in which everything that you're being fed is poison rather than
All
nutrition.
of it. Yeah.
So when your government behaves like that, it is about something. The fact that our founders understood the hazard of conflicts of interest, it was top of mind for them, and that they wrote about it extensively, and they tried to build a system that was immune to it by virtue of the fact that as people detected that their government was not acting in their interests, they had the ability to replace it bloodlessly.
Could be the Garden of Eden.
And what I think has happened is something has overwhelmed the thinking of the founders. It's not surprising. They didn't understand what a world, you know, the internet or AI or any of these other modern influences would allow. But somehow we exist under a form of government that has a kind of democratic theater to it, but that's not how it works. And I guarantee you it works some way, right? It's a functional system in a manner of speaking. The lights remain on, but it is not acting in our interests. It's basically catering to our interests exactly enough to keep us from revolting. That's about what it is.
We've got a new partner. It's a company called
Yeah, that's
Cowboy
exactly what it
Colostrum. It's a
is.
brand that is serious about actual health.
I seen something earlier today that was talking about how the feudal systems worked and stuff. You know, serfs and lords, and they were talking about how the paradigm we live in changed. It went from serfs and lords to the labor and the means of production, the owners of the means of production, and the people who rented out their labor to operate those, to man those stations, operate the means of production. And we know how communism works out. You know, it's the state takes control of the means of production. Capitalism, on the other hand, and I never heard it put this way, capitalism, on the other hand, is where the means of production are owned by private citizens, but they provide they pay the populace enough money for their labor so that the populace can live well. They're not living hand to mouth, where they can afford vacations and cars and clothes. They can afford to save and build wealth. And it's increasing, and for a long time that worked really well. And it's with the technocracy that's emerging. They're increasingly, giving us less and less and less. And I heard somebody say that this Asian guy was saying that there are some people out there that believe we only have 5 years left or thereabouts to build capital. That 5 or 10 years we could be in a place where, because everything will be owned by big tech, by like 5 big tech companies, that they will own everything. It will be impossible to become rich, to build wealth. And so some people think that we only have a finite period left to build wealth, because once everything is divvied up into subscription models and there's no work because AI does everything, they will have us by the stones, man. Like, we will not be in a good place. And man, I've just seen a lot of dark shit today, dude.
Difference every time. For a limited time, people listen to our. You heard it here first.
By the way, that's a very depressing scenario that you've just sketched out. However, it's better than civil war.
Yep.
True.
And people don't appreciate how difficult violence is to control and just how costly it is to people, because they've never seen it, because they don't know anything, actually never been anywhere. But
Bro, straight up. And I heard that, we all heard that years ago. Well, that's pretty much how things could be shaping up. And the guy that was talking about this, he's a coder, an older Asian guy. And he was saying, I personally think, that we'll make it through this. But he's like, from I guess whoever came up with this, they were calling it like this golden path that mankind has to walk down. We have to walk down this golden path, and that any misstep off of this path, and we're just going to be like tits up. We're not going to be in a good place. And I was thinking to myself, like, man, that doesn't sound like a good place to be for us, because it just feels like things are almost out of control, or and humans are flawed. The odds that somehow we just walk this path perfectly, with when the people who are guiding us down this path are billionaires. I mean, they don't tend to be all that particularly altruistic. I mean, Elon's okay, but who knows what really will happen. But it's just that kind of scared me, because I kind of see what the hell the guy's talking about. It does look like our economies are all service jobs and shit. Well, what happens when AI takes that over? Will anybody even be able to make money doing landscaping services if service economy shuts down? Like, man, bro, like we could be looking at like a a tech a tech middle age or a tech medieval period here, where, because the feudal system is really nothing more than a rent seeking system, where the few owned all the property, and they gave people a place to live and food to live on in exchange for their slavery. Basically, as a serf, you were only one level above chattel slavery. Now, and like, the only reason why people got out of that serfdom is because the plantations would become too populated, and they wouldn't, you can only feed so many people off of 1 acre of ground. Well, they would get so populated that they would allow serfs to buy their freedom. And then they would just become craftsmen, blacksmiths, burgesses, merchants and shit, or yeomen, ran their own little mini farm homesteads. But bro, that's kind of what we're looking at here, where everything is owned by like a few people, all the shit of value, tech companies, social media, and they own all the research and development. They own all the people who do the research and development. Like, bro, I don't know, man. I feel like I just don't see things working out. I'm starting not to anyway.
Anyone who's been around
Like,
that
any way I look
don't
at
want
it, I'm like, geez, we're fucked there. Like
However,
every angle.
I think that the current system is going to
Sketches
be
me out,
pretty
man.
hard to maintain with this level of transparency. By which I mean, while 1 billion federal documents remain classified, the deep architecture of power, as you just said, is now sort of visible. It's kind of peeking beneath the surface in certain places, and you're like, well, that clearly is what's running it. I have no control over that. That, whatever it is, clearly hates me and my children. It's tough when this much is disclosed all at once, and it makes society unstable, and it makes people, frankly, revolutionary and radical.
Yeah.
Well,
Or does it?
no, it does, which is another thing that's been worrying me. So part of what I do is I think about game theory, which is a little understood quadrant of logic, but a very important one. And there's a difference between an iterated game, where each round is played with the knowledge that you're going to have to play the next round, and the last round of the game, where you don't.
Isn't that crazy? People used to make fun of the people with the bug out bags they called them hoarders, or people that preppers. Bro, does that shit seem crazy to you guys now? To me, it's like, man, those dudes, they were just a little early. That's all. Like, they seen the shit coming. They were just a little early. I mean, that's the way it does seem to look that way. But at the same time, I do keep it in mind that, people do operate with incentives. And I think if things go sideways like that, that doesn't really benefit anybody but like 5 people. So, all the people that are at the different levels of society, they're going to have a stake in us staying on that golden path. That, you know what I mean? Like, there's definitely everybody but the top 50 or 100 people in the world are going to have a stake in us being on that golden path. So that does, and people are, I mean, we're flawed, but when you get people working together, they fucking solve problems. They do that. They do it, man. We went to the moon, for goodness sakes. So it's not entirely impossible. I mean, there's probably a pretty good chance that we might be able to stay on that path, or maybe I'm wrong and that doesn't happen at all. But I know that you guys see the decline same as I do. I think it's objectively obvious. It's obvious, man, that we've seen a bit of decline. We've slid off a little bit since like the 80s. Things are not as good as they were when I was a boy. I'll tell you that much.
Another round. So you're willing to do all sorts of things that you wouldn't if you knew you had to keep playing, right? You'll burn properties that
Exactly.
you wouldn't have burned otherwise. And
Put it all in the last hand.
And my dad's
Yeah.
a prepper.
so what I feel, I can't
Yeah, you may be right,
defend
Pavel.
it as a matter of it being
Maybe
an
10
obvious
people.
logical conclusion. But what I feel is that there has been a shift into an end game dynamic
Yes.
where something is going for broke.
Yes.
It's not expecting to preserve this.
Because they don't care how we feel anymore. That scares me, bro. That it's like somebody is unconstrained. Somebody who's a big time player is not constrained like they used to be. And they're getting belligerent. And they're taking chances. And they think that there's nobody they have to answer to. This shit is scary, man, because all of a sudden, forces that are unseen seem to be acting upon us. We seem to be getting pushed in directions that we don't understand. We're getting pushed in directions that we don't know where they lead by people that we don't know who's operating, got the invisible hand on our shoulder right now. Like, we just don't know, man. And that shit is fucking scary. We don't know who's the forces acting upon us right now. We don't know where the hell they're taking us. That shit scares me, man.
It's not expecting to have to maintain it. And therefore, how much does it matter that we can see a lot in the Epstein files but prove nothing, right? How much does that really matter if we know? In fact, maybe it's even a feature, not a bug. It kind of makes us feel like we're making some kind of progress, like we've scored a big win, when in fact, is it going to change how we are able to govern ourselves? Did our power go up in knowing these things?
Yeah.
Or was it just simply, a kind of catharsis?
Or a
that was
facade.
delivered, fine, you can have it. What are you going to do about it? That's where I think we are.
Oh,
I have that same sense, a strong sense.
Oh
Just,
my God.
it doesn't matter.
yeah,
Shed the husk.
they don't care
We're
anymore.
Moving on. And I see it in a lot of different ways.
Bro.
Well, in our just the most obvious practical way in our use of anti-missile defense. Like, we burned through it, and so there's no
Why?
sort
What?
of backup in case, like,
Bro, they're
what if
getting
something else
belligerent,
happened around
man.
the world with a peer power. Like,
Dude.
we're in trouble. You wouldn't do that if you cared about the future.
Bro, they never behaved like this when we were sitting across the table from Russia or the USSR. They never behaved like this, my dudes.
You wouldn't do any of this if you cared about the future. But I see it in the explicit efforts to stoke religious conflict inside our borders. And I see it with this all Muslims are bad. I never thought in my wildest nightmares that I would be the guy defending Muslims, since I'm not a Muslim. And I'm also on the record like attacking Muslims a million times over the years. Foolishly, probably. But
Lucky
I
for
do
you,
know
Aldo
that
Hoax.
American citizens have to be treated equally, regardless of their religion, period. And that attacking people on the basis of the religion in my country is the recipe for, like, disaster. It's a recipe for a country that I want my grandkids to grow up in.
Yeah, bro.
And I don't know why anyone would do that, and I'm not going to stand by for it, not because I'm like a devotee of Allah or whatever. I'm a Protestant Christian. Well, I do love a lot of Muslims, but that's not why. I don't want to live in a
wish I
country
was
with that.
Otto's son
Why
right
would
now.
someone
Fuck,
try and
man.
stoke that?
Seriously.
What's the game here?
Well, I mean, this is, again, this haunting sense that this is about somebody's
Haunting.
interest that has not been publicly shared, and that we are being steered as pawns on,
Yep.
on a chessboard.
How
Yeah.
can a country this big and powerful get manipulated by anybody?
Well,
It's incredible,
unfortunately,
bro.
the answer
It's
to that
fucking
is
incredible.
in game theory also, which is that the personal incentives of those who are supposed to be doing our bidding in government are obviously wildly perverse.
Yeah.
And so you can get a lot of people who are either too cowardly to know, to do what they know is right, or too corrupt to care about what's right. But I was on the beach in Clearwater a couple nights ago,
Oh, wow. He's in Florida.
watching the sunset.
No shit. Beautiful
Very
sunsets.
diverse crowd of mostly Americans there on the beach, families
I
playing.
literally
in the
have
surf,
pictures.
people
like,
just enjoying the grandeur of the sun going down. Nobody thinking about politics except me. But I was talking to people, as I often do. I love to just strike up a conversation. It's amazing how decent most people are, how they want the same things, how they're willing to
people just want to get
bond
along
with you, somebody they've never met, just because you're standing on the same beach in a country in which you're more or less free. And, I was thinking about how it used to be, 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s. And the fact is, this was never a fair country. People start out with disadvantages. But we knew that it was supposed to be. We knew that that was the better direction to go in.
We can't all be crazy.
And frankly,
Good
people
point.
liked it. There's a reason, as dumb as, the colors of Benetton or whatever it was, there's a reason that that ad campaign resonated with people. Was that it is kind of cool to have friends from all sorts of different backgrounds and, to feel like we've put those animosities aside for something better. And the better thing is the modern West. It's the alternative to unthinkably bad systems that have characterized all of history until the last couple hundred years.
I don't know why I feel compelled to show. I do.
I texted while I was on the beach to Heather.
It's clear water.
A thought that she would
was
understand because of every
so nice.
conversation we've had about our predicament.
So pretty.
Something to the effect of, these people are very broken, but within 2 generations, they could be pretty okay if we just stopped poisoning their bodies and their minds. If we stopped lying to them and we started telling them, hey, here's how you can live so that you'll be healthier and happier and all of those things. If we just simply confessed what we knew about how things actually work, these people aren't so far from being able to go back to not caring about what color your skin is or what book your family worships, right? We liked that. It was good, and frankly, it was so good that for a brief period it was contagious. Anybody who saw how dynamic this country was, that people could be simultaneously free and wildly productive at the same time and innovative like no other country ever. Once you see that, the only answer is, well, how can I get in on it?
It's infectious.
Come to your country and participate in it? Can I reproduce that magic in my country? People wanted it, and somebody upended it. Somebody decided that our freedom didn't matter. And they decided that they
glad to hear it, Krieger.
had plans. They had plans to corral us so that more of our wealth could end up in their pockets. And, at first the corruption was mundane, but it has now, it's totalizing. It has taken over the entire country, and it has left us with what looks like
nothing.
The theater of democracy.
Yes, kabuki theater, exactly.
And
kabuki
some
theater.
kind of cryptic but omnipresent tyranny. It's tragic, and most people don't realize how tragic it is because they don't know what the world looks like when you don't have the West functioning. They don't understand what it is like to live in a world where the question is, how are we going to exterminate those people so that they don't exterminate us? That's not a world you want to live in. And I'm afraid that we are being dragged back into that world, which is, frankly, so much more fundamental that if the West breaks down, that's where we naturally go.
Yeah.
Right?
There's no other alternative.
Yeah. And the question is really, at what scale will you see that? Is it going to be at the scale of your neighborhood or at the scale of nations? But either way, it is an intolerable loss compared to repairing what we have, as broken as we find it.
I mean, if you just measure the well-being of Americans just by the obvious measures, including life expectancy, physical vigor and health, there's no question that the population, the actual population down to the individual, has been degraded measurably over the past 40 years.
Visibly.
Visibly. And it's shocking. I'm so banal, I'm not going to even repeat it. But yes, visibly. That is exactly right. And it's super sad. It's not an opportunity to heap scorn on people, the weakest among us, or you're fat or whatever.
What it would be like for someone to be completely indifferent to your well-being, right? When we look at
that's right. You're right.
what pharma has done to us.
And let me just say I'm sorry that I said that.
No,
because it doesn't require malintent. It just requires indifference.
yes, and I'm not saying there isn't a whole lot of
No, but
malintent.
you're right. You're absolutely right, and I shouldn't have said that.
But we all have to understand this, and I think the way to do it is to find it in yourself first, right? The reality is, if you tapped into the suffering that is taking place at this instant around the globe, you'd melt down, right? If you just had one instant of feeling it all,
See if I can
that'd
sort
be it. So you don't. You're built not to. You're built to care about things in some kind of proximity to you, right? You care about your family. You might care about your neighbors. You might care about Charlie Kirk. You may never have met him, but you saw him. You liked the way he sounded. He felt like a kindred spirit.
True.
So we pay attention in some way that is biological, right? That is built not to overwhelm us so that we have empathy where it has a utility. And then something breaks out in Sudan, and you may know about it, but you don't feel it in the same way. You are functionally indifferent to it, right? You know something's going on, and you go to Starbucks and you buy an expensive coffee anyway, right? So we all have that capability, and it's not that we are bad people for it. It's that we are functional people because of it. But once you know that that exists, that you can be indifferent to somebody's profound suffering if it's far enough away from you, all you need to understand is there are people who seem close to you who feel that exact way about you. You might as well be an animal on a feedlot somewhere as far as they're concerned, right? You are a source of wealth or meat or whatever. And, you know, once you get that, once you just make eye contact with that thought, it is not hard to understand how pharma works, right?
It's totally right.
Yeah, so, you know, okay, would somebody really withhold the cure to some disease that worries us all because if that cure comes out,
you know,
they're going to lose billions of dollars?
Sometimes you need somebody to give it to you straight before you wake up and fix the problem. Maybe we can fix this shit, but if we don't know what the problem is or how big it is, what the scale of it is, we have no chance, zero. So I want to hear it as raw as I can get it, you know, because if our only chance is to fix it, and that's the only way we're going to do a decent job or be able to dig out or get out of this hole, you know. And these are the kind of guys that you got to listen to if you want to fix problems. This guy, look, when this guy's gone, it's going to be 35-year-old Asian women that are going to be trying to tell us how to fix our problems. And if you think this is scary, what he's saying, imagine if he didn't know what the fuck was going on and he was just telling you bullshit, you know, fantasy shit because he felt he had to tell you something. Yeah, that would be scarier. At least this guy he knows what he actually thinks. And I know that this guy has sat down and think this out.
There are people who would do that, and you'll never guess where you'll find them, right? So, you know, I guess the point is, look, there aren't very many adults. Maybe there are none. Some of us are struggling to be adult in a world that misinforms us and misleads us and tries to infantilize us. But we are trapped in a system in which other people's the slice of the pie that they have access to is their full-time preoccupation. They're trying to enlarge their slice of the pie.
Hell yes, they are.
The way that's supposed to work, if our system
They're going for the jugular
really
right
well, you would increase your slice of the pie by increasing the overall size of the pie.
Yes,
right?
exactly.
That's
You
what it
grow
says
the
effectively on
pie.
the
You don't
brochure
steal
of
somebody
free market
else's share.
democracy, right? If you create wealth, you get rich. Nothing wrong with that. I want to
Yeah.
live in that system. I want people who figure out how to make us all wealthier, to
Absolutely.
live in really good places.
A
and
rising
enjoy,
tide
you know,
lifts
the
all
finer things
boats.
in life. That's something that makes us all better off. But there's this other way to do it. You can increase your slice of the pie
By stealing.
by destroying wealth.
Oh, that too.
And if you don't find a way to systematically rule that out, then that's what you're going to see, because it's vastly easier.
Oh
to do
yeah,
that.
you
It's
have to be
vastly
creative and
easier to get
intelligent
wealthy
to
at the
create
expense
wealth.
of everyone else.
Takes
than it is
ingenuity.
to figure out how to make the pie that we all enjoy bigger. So
You have to
we are
please people.
suffering because a lot of people are behaving in their narrow self-interest, completely indifferent to our well-being, and that now extends deeply into the political.
It's almost the banality of evil, you might say.
It is a decidedly economic version of the banality of evil.
So
Oh, jeez.
you hate to say it because there's no sense that I can see in which the current war benefits the United States. I just don't see it. But, you know,
I don't see it
theories are
either.
welcome. No one's ever called me to tell me how. I hope someone will. But I see a ton of ways in which individuals are
He's eating
becoming
rice
enriched
and
by this
Negra
war.
frijoles.
Every time. I mean, it's ever present.
It's hard to believe that's real, though.
Well, you know, yes, it's hard to believe it's real because we
you'll get
depend,
some
in order to just live your daily
peanut
life
butter,
and interact with
cheese,
the people that you
toast and
actually
cheese
meet,
crackers. Yeah.
you have to take that mindset off the table, right? You can't work in your daily life with your coworkers and imagine that they're scheming behind your back
Oh, it's so true.
in this way. And in general, they're not. It's just that there are enough people who are capable of this, and the system selects for them, and it tends to utilize them, that our overall system does not, it's not a scaled up version of
hard
your
work
neighborhood.
does it,
It's
for
the
sure.
inverse of your neighborhood. It's
Hard
people
work,
behaving in exactly
intelligence,
the opposite way that normal people
cleverness,
do
you know,
in regular
ingenuity.
interactions. And it's something you have to learn it, because your daily experience won't teach it to you.
Okay, how is this resolved is a question. Let's take the military engagement off the table, because that's
Yeah, I like
hard
Anna
to
too.
know. As noted earlier,
I don't
it's
mind
difficult.
Schenck either. I think he's
Politically,
sincere. I like that.
It's almost as difficult to see where this.
To be honest, that's probably the number one thing. I mean, sincerity isn't everything, but if somebody has proven that they're a thinker, they have some intelligence, some a penchant for you know, thinking outside of the box, or you know what I'm saying, seeing things as they are, clear when everybody else is having trouble with it. Somebody proves that, sincerity is the next highest on the list. I want to know that somebody is honestly, they feel they've what their, you know, their opinion is, they feel strongly about it and they feel it 100% honestly. That is important. And they
Because I
both
think
do.
there are so many people who
Schenck and Anna.
voted for the current administration as a last resort. Someone please listen to me, hear me. I've got problems, pay attention. And we wound up with this. So, like, how is that fixed?
Well, all right, here's where my naivete is going to come out. We need somebody who is in a position of real power and influence, somebody who has better information than we on the outside do.
Right.
Yep, they got to know what's going on.
To step up and take the risk, and it is a profound risk, of telling us exactly what they know. Now, I will say I'm very upset with President Trump at the moment. I feel
because he was supposed to be that guy.
As somebody who worked to get him elected.
Yep.
I did it for a reason.
He did. Brett did.
And frankly, if given the same choice today, I would have to make the same vote, because I think what the Democratic Party offered was anti-constitutional, right? We had a demented president who they pretended wasn't, and then we had somebody who hadn't won a primary installed by the party. This is not the consent of the governed. So I would have to vote for Trump again, just because he's at least a qualified person who was the nominee of his party through
at least
a
he
lawful
won the
process.
freaking primary.
But I'm angry at him because I voted for no new wars, and when I voted for no new wars, Iran was top of mind for me, because I knew that it was on the agenda of the neocons. So I expected somebody to try to force this to happen. However, whatever the explanation is for what President Trump has done, one can imagine him coming to the podium and telling us what's really going on across the board, what happened to our country, what happens when somebody who truly is independent of the system gets to that top job. Now, I assume there are reasons he can't do that, and I can come up with many reasons that it would not be his instinct to do that. But I think that we, in the public, need to consider whether the right thing to do is to say, what are our actual interests here? Our actual interests involve getting our country back and putting it on a track that functions, right? Going back to being the West and ignoring race and religion and trying to prosper through innovation, right? We are not going to get there if we continue to play the same dumb political game. President Trump, I believe, was a true renegade who broke through the system even though it was built to prevent that at all costs. That is a major accomplishment. Having done so, he now knows how the system works, what it's built to do, and how it functions. And I feel like the right deal to make is forgive him for whatever it is that he's participated in exchange for giving us the information that we need to put the country back on track. Now, maybe that's naive. Maybe
I'd take that deal
ridiculous.
Any day.
Yeah,
I'd take that deal any day. I think saying the truth out loud has a supernatural effect. It has an effect, whether it's supernatural or not, in that it clarifies, but it also elevates. Like when you're arguing about the right things because you're arguing on the basis of truth rather than deception. And I think even if a leader, Trump or anyone else, offered no prescription for improving things, telling the truth about what's actually happening, how things work, who's in charge, why did we do that? What's the truth about that? Let's just start with the Kennedy assassination. I mean, they won't even do that. So I think that would be a massive improvement.
it would be, but the problem is we would have to live up to our side of that bargain. We would have to protect him, and nobody can protect him fully. But the point is that would be a very risky thing to do because you're talking about forces powerful enough to have effectively captured our government and them facing an existential threat to their power. So everything's on the table with respect to what might be done to prevent someone like President Trump from telling us that.
But don't you think a prerequisite for leadership of anything, the family included, is the willingness to die for the people you lead?
Yes, and in fact, that was one of the things that I think endeared President Trump to a lot of voters. They saw him stand up to an assassination attempt. And you know, he's not a young man, and frankly, his entire legacy is at stake. I assume his fortune isn't, but his legacy is at stake here. And so if there was ever a moment for a person to be looking at the sum total of what they've accomplished in life and to be saying, this is the last chapter.
End of
What
history.
is the right thing to do? I think this would be it. You know, in his shoes, I think it's what I would do. But it's a hard one to wrap your mind around. And presumably, you know, if he were to entertain the thought, then all those around him that he might consult will have whatever reaction it is that prevents such things
thank
from
you
ever
for your
unfolding.
service.
So,
A bunch of
you know,
bullshit. I don't know if any of you guys ever seen the Americanization of Emily. It's a movie with James Garner and the woman that played Mary Poppins. But that movie, there's a speech in it where the guy basically cuts down the whole idea of, you know, the sacrifice of war, and, you know, it's such a noble way to blah, blah, blah. And he's like, you know, that attitude right there is what keeps us fucking locked in war for all time. You trick these women into thinking their son died for this noble cause. And basically, it's a way of keeping a population like bloodlust having warmongers, you know, like if you convince people that, oh, it's the same as the sweet nectar of martyrdom that Iran does. You convince people that, oh, it's the most glorious death one can have is sacrificing for their country. Oh, sacrifice. Bro, and then people justify going and, you know, shooting children and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like that kind of an attitude, man, that is almost the fucking bane of human existence. You, it's just, it basically, it's glorifying really awful bloodshed, whether or not the war was started for rightful reasons or whatever. And since World War II, maybe it was a valid sentiment to have in World War II, but today it's not a valid sentiment to have. It's not in my opinion, because they've just every time, war after war, we find out afterwards that it was all a fucking sham, and we just caused untold amounts of misery and bloodshed, you know, on a whole peoples or a whole continent. Sometimes it's too much for a population to carry a burden on their shoulders. It's fucked up.
It'd be a hell of a moment in American history.
We got to let that
if we
shit
finally
go.
Got an answer
The
to
rah-rahing
what's been
for
going on
war.
since
Fuck that.
1963, and what it has to do with our entanglements abroad and our dysfunctional policy at home. But we're looking for, look, the thing about Trump was he was the surprising element that you couldn't have predicted.
Right.
So the question is, maybe it's time for the surprising Trump to surprise us once more and to give us the insight that we won't be able to gain through any other mechanism. And, you know, it would be the most worthy of accomplishments. So
It'd be the greatest thing. It'd be the greatest gift you could give the country.
Yeah.
Because the truth does set you free, actually. No matter what your religious views. I think every religion,
sorry
I
about
hope, is
that.
based on the
Auto
idea
hotspot.
that there's an absolute truth that's
I
knowable,
thought you were a regular.
or at least it's approachable, and that telling it is liberation.
yeah,
And that would be true for him, too.
I would think.
So you said you're gravely disappointed. You circulate in a world full of
Nick's about
people
to go
like
live
you,
here
a
in a
lot of
minute. Send out a
liberals who voted for
message just
Trump,
now.
who saw him as like a way to fix longstanding problems. How many of them feel disappointed now?
Oh, so disappointed.
Well, you know, the funny thing is, I have now several times said unforgivable things out loud on a series of different topics since 2017.
So you have no friends left.
No, I have the greatest crop of friends ever, but the way I came by them is an important piece of the puzzle. So each time that I have stood up and said the right thing, I lose a whole group of people. They turn on me, they go silent, all sorts of things happen. And then I meet another group of people that I didn't know existed who replaced them as my friends. And I call this the painful upgrade. I'm constantly losing people, but the quality of my friend group goes up and up each time this happens. And I will tell you, I think our discussion today, this one and the one that we had on Dark Horse just before, which I hope people will go listen to because there's a lot in there that I don't think you're going to hear anywhere else. But
No, I work.
our discussions today, I expect, are going to be very costly to me. I'm hoping that the painful upgrade
He's
works
probably right,
and that I
man.
discover new people who, you know, are capable of replacing the ones who aren't up to the
Costly in what
challenge.
way? I don't think I've been involved in both conversations. I don't think you've said a single radical, irrational, hateful thing.
Yeah, I haven't. But that's
That
what
doesn't
causes
stop
the
that.
problem. And
Really, being reasonable.
Oh, wow.
yeah, not to put too fine a point on it. But let's put it this way. If I'm frank about what the pattern really is, there are lots of people who are perfectly decent and reasonable across the board to a point. And then you get to their issue, and they will absolutely turn on you for doing the exact same thing that they loved you for the last time.
Wow.
And
yeah, he's right though.
I don't know what to do about that. But at some level, you know, I'm going to keep doing this, and I'm going to find the tiny number of people who don't have an issue like that.
Yeah.
Right? That's what I'm going to be left
Hey
with.
man, that
I
guy's
never
the
knew
exception,
anybody had
bro.
issues like that up until COVID.
Well,
Trump, really.
Yeah, Trump and COVID both do it. But, you know, the woke stuff, if you were, embedded in the liberal world as I was, it functioned the same way.
So what do you think you said in the course of our conversations that crosses some people's line?
I think that I am acting out of the very high quality moral training that I got inside a Jewish home. I think I'm doing the job that I am supposed to be doing.
I agree.
Yeah.
But
Dave.
many who are aligned with the Israeli regime at this moment view what I am saying as traitorous. I've been accused of all kinds of vile things, including, ironically enough, trying to save my own hide by switching
fixing to
teams,
go live,
which
I
is
guess.
preposterous because
Throw it on just so it's on when he comes out, or so it's rolling when he comes out. All mixed. Oh, that's good to hear, man. The VA's done your debt. My dad, he gets taken care. He was at Paris Island in like the 80s, and they had a lot of bad shit in the ground there, and so he has VA health. He has health care for life because they did a action lawsuit on the Marine because the government literally
Good
knew
evening,
it was
everybody.
poisoning
You're
people and
watching
didn't tell
America
anybody.
First. My name is Nicholas J. Fuentes. We have
Fucked
a
up.
great show for you tonight. Very excited to be back here with you tonight.
It's gonna be a big show,
Wednesday.
fellas.
We have a lot to talk
It's no
about
joke.
tonight. Lots to get into. Big show. Our featured story, we're covering day 12 of the war
we're
in
not
Iran. It just keeps going.
Dude, it's getting better and
Closing
better.
in on a second full week of conflict. And tonight, our featured story is all about the emerging energy crisis with no end in sight. And this is something that we've talked about, we've been talking about, and this is something also that we knew would happen. When you go to war with Iran, the first thing they're going to do is close the Strait of Hormuz. We know that. That has literally been the dynamic for 45 years. You go to war with Iran, it's going to shut down all the energy trade coming out of the Persian Gulf, and this is a big problem.
It's a big fucking deal.
Huge problem for everybody,
Big
not just
deal.
the United States, but the entire global economy. It's acutely a problem for the Persian Gulf countries, the Gulf Cooperation Council. Well, surprise, surprise, we launched our war with Iran
And
with
now
really
we're
no
fucked.
plan here, no clearly stated objectives, no mission, no plan, no strategy.
Pete Hegseth.
To the extent that they had a plan, it was to bomb Iran very quickly, topple the government, and leave. It hasn't happened. And now they don't know what to do. They don't know where it's going to go, and they don't know how to get out of it, and they don't know how to win it. What is happening in the meantime is that the Strait of Hormuz remains closed, and there is literally no end in sight to this crisis. Today, just today, Iran began mining the Strait of Hormuz, meaning putting sea-based explosive mines in the very narrow Strait of Hormuz. They say that at least 10 mines were deployed, but it could have been more. These are very expensive and time-consuming to remove, very destructive and damaging for U.S. naval assets. At the same time, Iran launched ballistic missiles hitting 2 tankers in the Persian Gulf and also striking oil infrastructure in Bahrain and Iraq. So we've hit Iran with everything we have. We hit them with everything we got. 3,000 targets inside of Iran. And we sunk over a dozen of their ships, and we destroyed their regime targets, the supreme leader. We blew up all their ballistic missile launch platforms. There are estimates that we destroyed 85% of their missile arsenal. But day after day, Iran is still launching drones, missiles, and now mines to shut down shipping in the Persian Gulf and the Strait of Hormuz. And as long as the war goes on, the strait remains closed. As long as the strait remains closed, the world economy is on the brink of collapse. And the only thing that's holding that off is the release of oil from strategic oil reserves all around the world. In the United States, they just made the decision to open that up, 200 million barrels of oil, actually closer to 300 million barrels of oil from our strategic petroleum reserve. So we're going to talk all about that tonight. We'll talk about the energy crisis. It is just a disaster. There's no other word for it. This is just a completely unmitigated disaster. It's a catastrophe. Not to be overly negative, but I don't know what the positive angle is here. Totally preventable, foreseeable, and yet we walked into it all the same. So we'll talk about that. We're also going to talk tonight about some new polling. This is maybe the worst part about it. All of the opinion polling and surveys show, and this might surprise you, or maybe it won't, but the number one demographic that supports the war in Iran is actually self-identified MAGA Republicans. So when you break it down,
I'll be right back.
It's anywhere between 25 and 40% of the overall American public that supports the strikes, depending on the poll that you're looking at. At the low end, it's around a quarter. At the higher end, it's about 2/5 public support. But the demographic cohort that supports the war the most is actually MAGA Republicans. Would you like to know how many MAGA Republicans support the war in Iran? 90%. 90% of self-identified MAGA Republicans support a war in Iran. Now, during the 2024 election, I warned about this. When I predicted that Trump would plunge us into a war with Iran, one of the problems with this, I said even then, is that it may be inevitable that we go to war, whether we get Kamala, whether we get Trump. But the acute problem with Trump bringing us to war is that because it's him, everyone's going to support it. All his supporters will support it. Arguably, more people objectively will support it overall, in absolute terms, if Trump is the one that brings us there. Why is that? Because Trump has a fanatical cult-like following. Because a Trump victory will breed complacency. It will re-entrench the establishment in the system. It will rebuild their credibility and trust in the institutions. Had Kamala taken us to war, who would buy into that? Not the anti-war Democrats and not the anti-establishment Republicans or anti-Democrat Republicans. If Kamala takes us to war, she does so as a candidate or a president who has never won a primary or caucus in a presidential election, who I don't think even half the country would believe she legitimately won the general election. So who would support that? Who would support somebody like Kamala taking us to war with the kind of shenanigans that were pulled during the previous election with Joe Biden being what he is and then dropping out, and then this convention where they forced her into the nomination? Who would be supporting this? Probably nobody. Probably a very tiny cohort. But if it's Trump, they're all going to be in favor of it. Now, up until this point, that was maybe impossible to quantify. It was a lot of what ifs and hypotheticals and intangibles. But now we have the data. Now, as clear as crystal, clear as day, you can see 90% of MAGA Republicans are supporting a war with Iran for no reason other than Trump is the one who brought us there. And this is a particularly sinister betrayal because this whole movement was about opposing never-ending wars. That was the whole premise, I thought. That was the whole point. The MAGA movement was animated from the very beginning and inspired by opposition to endless wars in the Middle East. Jewish wars, neocon wars, wars for Israel. Trump in 2016 had the unpopular position of being against the wars, and then launched a coup, a hostile takeover of the party to take it in a more America First direction. 10 years later, anybody that might have been anti-war, anybody that might have been America First, has now been firmly delivered back onto the Republican plantation with all the other Zionists, all the other evangelicals, the chicken hawks, the Vulcans, whatever you want to call them. Now everybody supports war. So where is the right-wing populism that's against this stuff? It went extinct. It was starved of oxygen. It was skin-suited, replaced, destroyed, and now what you have is a pro-war MAGA Republican movement. If that doesn't prove that Trump is a liability, I don't know what does. But that'll be our other story. We're going to get into all of that. Pretty amazing stuff. Before we do, I want to remind you to smash the follow button on Rumble, smash the like button, leave a comment, let me know what you think about the show.
Up with a like.
Our merch store
Maybe
is back online. Go to
haven't already.
Fuentes.store, get your America First hats, t-shirts, sweatshirts, quarter zip, flags. It's all there. Check it out. Also, subscribe to the website, americafirst.plus. If you're a super fan, want to support the show, you want more content, $15 a month to get access to the archive. We have the show in an MP3 format, an RSS feed, MP3 downloads, superior video player. It's all there. And if you want to join the $100 a month club, you get to be in a group chat with me. And I've been in there every day this week, dropping little voice notes and giving information, answering questions, just chopping it up, hanging out. So check that out as well if you can handle it. I don't know if you can handle it. Some people clearly can't. Some people go on the group chat. They say the dumbest shit of all time, and I get mad because I have very little patience these days. And then they crash out. I don't want to give any examples. I don't want to call anybody out, but it's look, the group chat, it's a pretty mixed bag. You got a lot of annoying people in there. I try not to get annoyed. Sometimes I crash out on them. But the bonus is really that you get all this extra content. Probably every day or every other day, there's another 20, 30, sometimes 40 minutes worth of content in there, voice messages, other things. So I think it's worth it. Check it out, americafirst.plus. Okay, with that out of the way, we're going to dive in. I actually have one other story for you. Before we get into the main stuff, I just want to follow up on the story from yesterday. So yesterday, we did a little compare and contrast between these two big policies that we're getting in 2026. And they are, on the one hand, this war in Iran, which, as we'll talk about tonight, is really not that popular among the broader electorate, especially among the young people, and the policy of mass deportations. And I pointed out last night, how the war in Iran is a very unpopular policy. It's really going to damage Trump and the Republicans in the midterm elections. Not just because the war itself is unpopular, but it will also have ramifications in the country. There is this energy shock, which will cause inflation. And you already have a problem with inflation. We have this persistent, chronic, high inflation problem, which Trump has been struggling to get us out of without getting us into a stagflation situation. We want to have economic growth. We want to keep inflation under
We were trying to
control.
get
It's
out
a
of
very
a hole.
delicate
Dig
balance. We
deeper.
have to calibrate this. And in the middle of an already bad economic situation, now you have arguably the worst oil shock, energy shock, maybe in modern history since we started extracting and using oil. So on the one hand, we have this extraordinarily unpopular policy. It is a clear loser. It's a huge stinker for the midterms for more reasons than one, and yet we're full steam ahead. We are all in. We're just doing it. We're fully sending it. No one even seems to care about that. There's no plan, no end in sight, deeply unpopular, and it seems that the media is in favor of it, the deep state's in favor of it, there's no protests, and Trump is all in on it. On the other hand, you have mass deportations, which is what Trump actually promised, and it's the inverse. This is a policy which actually was extraordinarily popular. It was not executed efficiently or competently. It's become less popular. And now because it is not so popular, arguably, that's the pretext, now the Trump administration is winding it down and withdrawing and backing off.
It's too late.
And to me, this is just the essence of this administration. This is the essence of the Republican dilemma, the Republican problem, which is that the voters want a nativist agenda and the donors want a neoliberal neocon agenda. And the Republican politicians, they need both the voters and the donors. But when push comes to shove, who do they really prioritize? The donors every single time. Literally every single time.
Yeah.
And on an issue like Iran, something they campaigned against, something that's unpopular, the politicians will serve the donors. And on something like mass deportations, which the voters and the public are maybe ambivalent about, it was more popular, now it might be less popular. Who do the politicians prioritize? The donors. The donors don't want mass deportations. That is going to affect their bottom line. That's going to affect their profits. It's going to affect aggregate demand. They don't want mass deportations, so we don't get them. And we've talked a lot about this in the past, but I want to go back on this tonight a little bit because we're actually getting more information. So yesterday we had a story from the weekend that at the annual congressional retreat held by the Republicans in southern Florida over the weekend, you had the Deputy Chief of Staff, James Blair. He spoke to all Republicans in the House and told them, stop running on mass deportations.
Bro.
He said, it's too unpopular.
Fucking assholes.
It's a losing issue. He said, don't even use the phrase. He said, we're just not running on that. That's not one of our issues anymore. Mass deportations are effectively over. Instead, we're running on deporting violent criminals. Now, we had that yesterday, and that's a pretty stinking statement. That's a pretty bad statement. And again, that came from the Deputy Chief of Staff. So it's not like this is an anonymous source. It's not like this is an unnamed advisor or some low-level person. This is the Deputy Chief of Staff. This is someone that's running the White House. And he's telling all Republicans, stop saying mass deportation.
Where in the hell does a deputy chief of staff of the executive branch get off telling the people's elected representatives what the fuck they can run on? What in the fuck? That dude, that just seems all types of fucked up and wrong. That really rubs me the wrong way, man.
Pretty big red flag. Well, in case you needed any more information.
They're supposed to run on whatever the hell will win, not what they can give us. They can give us anything unless, you know, like they're not restricted by the law. So, I mean, that's so crooked that they said that. I mean, that is just purely crookery, man. Like, fuck.
We actually have more on this subject. This just came out in the New York Times today. So not only did James Blair come out and say this, but actually the Speaker of the House, Republican Mike Johnson, said the exact same thing in a public interview. So we had Some anonymous sources claim about this retreat over the weekend that James Blair said this in a closed-door meeting. And that's pretty bad. Again, that's the deputy chief of staff telling the House Republicans, we're done.
That's
well,
bullshit.
since that has come out, now there's reporting that the Speaker of the House, the actual leader of the Republican conference in the House, Mike Johnson, did an interview at the same event and said the same thing. He said, yeah, we're recalibrating, we're re-strategizing, we're done with mass deportations.
Because they can't.
What's more, it gets better. Donald Trump was at the retreat. They say that last year, all he talked about was mass deportations. All he talked about was immigration enforcement. They said this year, didn't even talk about it at all. Didn't talk about it at all.
Wow.
So, in last year's annual Republican retreat at Trump Doral, they discussed the big, beautiful bill, and it was all about ICE and mass deportations, this sort of thing. This year, Trump goes in, nothing. You know what he talked about? He talked about the SAVE Act, which is voting reform and transgenders and girls' sports. And I don't know about you, but to me, that makes it even better. Because think about what he wrote about transgenders. We talked about this, I think, on Monday or Thursday. What he wrote about transgenders is we're going to ban the genital mutilation of children in these gender reassignment surgeries unless they have parental consent. Now, that would be bad enough by its own, but that is what we are getting instead of mass deportations. So Trump and Mike Johnson and the deputy chief of staff, they go to the all-Republican retreat, and in a word, they say, we're done. No more mass deportations. Don't say it. Don't use the word. We're recalibrating. We're changing the strategy. We got nothing to say about it. And what we're going to run on is voter ID and banning transgender surgeries for children unless they have parental consent. We're getting that instead of mass deportations. Like, you can substitute them out. Because Trump knows the base wants immigration enforcement. They also recognize currently it's not polling very well. They want to drop it. So they say, how do we keep the very conservative Republicans voting for us? What red meat can we throw in front of them so they'll still have an appetite? Oh, I know. Trannies and voter ID.
That'll be the shiny object.
Trannies and voter ID? Honestly, who gives a fuck about trannies? Seriously. What is the bigger problem in America today? Is the bigger problem that somewhere out there, there's like a guy in a wig at a bodybuilding competition? I don't care about that at all, to be honest with you. I do care about the fact that I'm being racially and ethnically replaced in my own country in real time. I would rather live in a 90% white community and there's an all-gender bathroom than live in a 30% white community and they're doing their Indian holidays and their stinky food and they don't speak English and they're annoying as fuck. That's sort of what the whole Trump movement was always about. And on the transgender thing, it's not even going all the way. It's just, I don't even know how that's a victory. All they're even doing is enshrining genital mutilation for children as long as the parents are okay with it. It's actually a defeat. We're actually going backwards on the issue.
Right? And does it have to be both parents or one parent? Like, are we even getting the full fucking breadth of that idea of, you know, outlawing it? Or is it just like a half measure where both parents have to be in on that? Because, I mean, God damn it. Will they not figure out 1,000 ways to fuck us? I mean, bro, and it's all couched in facade and in the dark shadow. Golly, man. We just get the shaft over and over and over. I hope they don't look surprised when they get strung up by their nutsacks.
Story. This is from the Times. I'll give you the actual quote. It says, House Republicans sought to use their annual policy retreat near Miami this week to articulate a legislative agenda that could broadly appeal to voters ahead of midterm elections and present an optimistic front. But in the middle of the gathering, Speaker Mike Johnson acknowledged a vulnerability. President Trump's immigration crackdown has alienated voters, and his party is now in need of a reboot on the issue. A reboot? It reminds me of, remember the press secretary under Biden when she kept saying circle back?
Circle back, Jen
So
Psaki.
there's deliverables and we need to circle back and I'll get back to you on that. And is my mic on?
That was her
it's
redirect.
Like this office, like NPC talk, this like NPC Zoom call, office
Jargon.
worker meeting.
It's political jargon speak.
We need a little bit of a reboot.
You mean you've been fucking the
This
people?
is the quote from Mike Johnson, verbatim. In an interview on stage. So they're not even hiding it, okay? This is not even a secret. They're just saying it openly. Mike Johnson says, quote, "We've got a little hiccup with some of the Hispanic and Latino voters for certain, because some of the immigration enforcement was viewed to be overzealous." Little bit of a hiccup with the Hispanics.
The train is still on the tracks.
A little bit of a hiccup with Hispanics. Say it ain't so. Oh, I really thought we were going to get him this time. I really thought we were going to get the largest deportation operation in American history. Oh, no, not like this. Not like this, Mr. Trump. Not like this, Senor Trump. Little bit of a hiccup with the Latinos. He goes on, he says, and you know, everybody can describe it differently, but here's the good news. We're in a course correction mode right now. We're going to have a new Secretary of Homeland Security. I'm so happy. I'm so glad that we're walking back from our 230,000 deportations for the year. Because that was too extreme. We took it way too far. When Trump deported merely 700 people per day, when he deported 250,000 people after 10 million settled here in 1 year, you know, that was way too far. I voted for mass deportations, but not if a liberal protester gets shot in the street like a dog. That was way too far. Here's the good news. What did he say? Here's the good news. We're in a course correction. We're correcting our error. 230,000, too many deportations. Good thing we're correcting course and doing a U-turn. And thankfully, we'll now get fewer deportations. We already got fewer than Obama's first year in office. Now we're going to get even fewer. We're going to get even less than that. Great. You're right. That is good news. Thank you. Now maybe we can salvage the Latino vote. So awesome. It goes on. It says this came hours after top Republican officials advised lawmakers in a private meeting, which we covered yesterday, to stay away from discussing mass deportations of illegal aliens as they campaigned for re-election. Mr. Johnson, in particular, made public a private concern voiced by lawmakers that the administration's tactics had alienated Hispanic voters who shifted toward Mr. Trump in 2024, potentially sending them back into the arms of Democrats or prompting them to skip voting in battleground districts where Republicans need their support to hold the majority. Even Mr. Trump steered clear of his harshest language. Last year, when he addressed House Republicans at their retreat, Mr. Trump spoke at length about mass deportations and immigration enforcement. This year, he spoke only in passing on the topic, calling briefly for limits on sanctuary cities and for a law preventing undocumented immigrants from getting commercial driver's licenses. Mr. Trump scarcely mentioned deportations or border security as he rallied the party, making his central policy demand a law focused on restrictions on voting and restrictions on transgender Americans. Oh, come on. Come on, guys. Say it ain't so. Say it ain't so.
I love it when he
MAGA hat
gets
stays
passionate.
on.
Say it ain't so.
Look
and
at
he
me. I'm a Trump supporter.
I love that shit.
Look at me, the MAGA hat stays on. I'm not going to chimp out. I'm trusting the plan. Don't be a panicking. Oh my gosh. Does it get any worse than this? Somebody tell me how. Actually, don't. All you got to do is wait. All you got to do is
It'll
wait.
get worse.
More time, and surely it will keep getting worse. So how's about that? I remember, first of all, I told you this during the election. And by the way, I said exactly this. I said, even if they try to deport anybody, you know what's going to happen? Joe Rogan's out because he don't want to see mass deportations. You start physically removing millions of people, everyone's going to see that. You can't do that quietly. You can't do that peacefully. How are you going to get 1 million people out of the country that don't want to leave without violence? Okay, without anybody noticing. In order to do that, you literally have to go door by door. You need to be patrolling the city, looking for illegals and chasing them like a cartoon. You literally have to run around Home Depot parking lots saying, are you illegal? Do you speak English? How else are you going to do it? And you're going to literally need to grab them by the ass and throw them into the back of a truck. It can't be subtle and it can't be hidden.
Half the point is that it's public.
If you want to get 1 million people out of the country per year at a minimum, you're going to need to be driving the paddy wagon around the biggest cities in America, throwing dozens of Mexicans into the back of a truck.
That's racist.
Saying, where's your citizenship? That's just what it is. And people are going to freak out. And people are going to say, hey, this is too far. And liberals are going to throw themselves under the treads of the tanks. And their heads are going to explode, okay? You're going to get lesbian poets and male nurses that are totally insane. And they're going to want to be martyrs. And they're going to throw themselves in front of the paddy wagons filled with Mexicans. And their heads are going to explode when they get run over. And it's going to be on TV. And everyone's going to freak out. Like, that's what you're in for. Obviously. How else is it going to happen? Are you going to teleport them? How else are you going to do it? Like, that has to happen. So obviously a guy like Joe Rogan doesn't have a stomach for that. Nobody does. Liberals don't. And Hispanics don't. So I said, we're going to get to the midterms. It's going to be 2018 all over again. Kids in cages. It's the Gestapo. Trump is literally Hitler. And because Trump is a cuck, because he is a pussy, he is going to totally back down. He will respond to public pressure. He'll respond to the bad favorability and approval numbers. He will cave to the Republican conference. They will beg for mercy. Republicans who are already fighting an uphill battle to keep their majority and not lose a ton of seats just because of systemic factors, historical factors, they're going to plead with Trump. We need relief from this. Politically, we're hurt by this, and Trump is going to fold. I said he's going to fold because we're losing Hispanic voters. We're losing the podcast bros. Wall Street and little tech won't stand for it. That's exactly what happened. That is we can now say, as of today, that has happened in the past tense because I actually got insider information. Straight from Homeland Security itself. You know what the new policy is? And okay, this is from inside the admin. You want to talk about our guys in the admin? This is from people in the admin. Going forward, the mass deportations, they are actually officially over. Going forward, the only people that will be deported, this is straight from Homeland Security, are people with a prior criminal record. People with DUIs, people that committed violent crimes, that's it. And actually, the Trump administration struck a deal with the state of New York and the state of New Jersey that they're only going to deport people from prisons. You know how that works? Somebody commits a murder. They get arrested by the police. They go to jail. When they get booked at prison, the state determines they're illegal. They don't have citizenship. It is only at that point that ICE is called and that person is removed. No more patrols, no more raids, no more do you speak English, no more where's your proof of citizenship. All of that is done now. That's over. Mass deportations, it's not just over in terms of the messaging from the campaigns, it's over as a policy. And it is March, okay, take the date. It is March 11th, 2026. How long did that take? It took a year and a month. a year and a month for us to shut it down. You know the rolling daily average for the past 7 days? I got this from the source. It's 900 apprehensions per day. 900 apprehensions per day. That's the rolling average for the week. So that's going to be fewer than 350,000 for the year. So we had 230,000 last year. Mass deportations are already over. We're going to get fewer than 350,000 this year. We're at the midway point, let's say, by 2027, and you don't even have 500,000 people removed from the country in the whole second term. It's already done. And I don't know what else to say other than I told you so. I told you this is what would happen because obviously it's so clear to me. It really wasn't obvious because everybody really thought it would happen. They were clearly delusional. They drank the Kool-Aid. They engaged in magical thinking. They didn't think it through. They didn't follow it to its logical conclusion. And so they voted for something that they didn't understand. And now they're just getting screwed. We're getting everything we don't want and nothing that we actually want. Arguably, this is the one issue why you wanted to vote Republican. Isn't that what everybody says? That we had to vote Republican because of immigration alone, because the alternative would be more illegals and amnesty. Well, what happens when a president is elected on a platform of mass deportations? He tries it, instantly backs away, fails, ends the policy. What would you call that other than an effective amnesty? Can this ever be tried again? And if so,
And
by
the
whom?
SAVE Act, is it really going to help? Is it really going to do much? All they have to do is they have kids here and their kids can vote. So I mean, people can come here and they can live their whole lives here illegal. And as long as they have kids here, they just got their kids in the door. They're Americans. Not really, but they'll call themselves such.
To do it. Trump got shot in the head, won the popular vote on a mass deportation platform. By the way, every year our demographic erasure gets worse. The electoral winter of non-whites outnumbering whites and the associated political effects, that gets worse. So if you run in 2024 on mass deportations and because of a fluke you win and you try it and it's so unpopular and you cave and it's seen as a huge political catastrophe, how then does that happen in the future? Is anyone going to run on that in 28? Why would they? They're not running on it in 26. How can they? And how could they win on that? If Hispanics voted for it in 24, but they won't vote for it in 26, they're going to vote for it in 28. And how are we going to need Hispanics less in 28 or 32 than we needed them in 24 when there's going to be more of them with every passing year? You see, this is what I'm talking about. This is the problem. And now that we've had a Republican administration that started it and didn't finish it, started it, was incompetent, inefficient, made a mess of things, failed. Now, this issue is poisonous. It's toxic. And the Democrats are always going to be left of Republicans on immigration. And who's going to be right of Trump within the GOP? Nobody. So because the Trump administration tried it and failed, it may never be tried again. And if it's never tried again, and you're not going to massively deport people, then what is going to happen to them? It's a simple answer. If you're not deporting them, then they're not going to leave. And if they don't leave, they're going to stay. And if they stay in perpetuity with no legal residency or citizenship, then what is that? It is an amnesty. You got an amnesty. You voted for mass deportations. You got a mass amnesty. You voted for mass deportations. They tried it. They shit the bed because they wanted to please everybody and have it all ways. They wanted to perform the deportations without actually doing them. They wanted to satisfy the nativist voters without upsetting the Wall Street firm owners that employ the illegals and depend on them for consumption and demand. All they did was piss off the left.
That depend on this population to replace us with. Basically, it's like, well, shit, we would have to pay them a decent wage if you outlawed that. So it's absolutely in their interest. Like, fuck that. Keep the cheap shit coming in. We don't give a fuck about these people. They're moot. They're incorrigibles. They're malcontents. Let them just wither on the vine, and we'll stick with these ethnics over here. We'll take care of our brown brethren.
All they did was agitate the
Bastard.
media. They never believed in it. And so when the pressure came, automatically caved. It's now a toxic issue. If they can't accomplish it, no one can, or at least it becomes less likely with every cycle. If it's a dead issue, they're not going anywhere. They're effectively amnestied. That's how you get a mass amnesty. And I told you that's exactly how it's going to play out in 24. And now here we are. What's the excuse? All along the way, as we were witnessing this, it was literally a slow motion catastrophe. Like we watched it unfold in slow motion, like a sinking ship or like 9/11, like a building collapsing. It started when they appointed Kristi Noem as Homeland Security Secretary. And you go, she's gonna finish the job? That's gonna be the one who forces 10 million people out of our country at the end of a gun? At the end of the barrel of a gun? Okay, maybe. I don't think so. Then, remember Tom Homan came out and said, well, we are gonna start the deportations on day one. And then nothing happened. And they said, day two. And then on day two, they only arrested 300 people. I think they arrested like 205 or something. And then they got it up to like 1,000, and then they just stopped reporting the numbers because they couldn't keep it over 1,000. And then they started suppressing the statistics because they were not deporting anybody. And then one of the detention facilities was raided and nobody was even there. This has been happening. Then in Minneapolis, they totally backed down. They totally retreated. And you had these people on Twitter saying, no, this is all part of the plan. No, it's 5-dimensional chess. Really, it's a war of attrition. And, it's about supply chains. And, Trump is doing this, that. No, they were retreating, obviously, because they always do. And now, here we are. Now you got it from the full lineup, from James Blair, Mike Johnson, and Trump. They're all at the retreat saying it's over. It's over. We're recalibrating. We're course correcting. We're rebooting. No more mass deportations. Don't say it. Don't campaign on it. It's a stinker. We're losing Latinos. And then Homeland Security Council comes down and says, we're only deporting people with a prior criminal record, pursuant to what Trump has been saying, if you've been paying attention, this entire time. And by the way, okay, so we're not campaigning on it. We can't do mass deportations. We got to win the election. Let me ask you something. When Democrats win the House in 2026 and they get seated in 2027, do you think it gets easier to do mass deportations or harder? What's going on as we speak? Democrats have literally shut down Homeland Security because they want to force the White House to make concessions on deportations. They want to force the White House to make ICE take off their masks, stop doing raids without a warrant, stop doing patrols, wear body cameras, among many, many other restrictions that will effectively inhibit ICE from deporting anybody at all. Democrats are doing that as a minority in the House and the Senate. What happens when they take over the House? Well, they can shut down the entire government. They're going to impeach everybody. They're going to shut down the whole government, and they're not going to open it up until the mass deportations are just totally finished, until they can't be reconstituted, and they're never coming back. And then that takes you to 2029, and that's it. Then that's it. Okay? 4 more years. It'll be different this time. It'll be a golden age. We could just do things. We're going to have a unified executive, unitary executive theory. We're going to schedule 50,000 people. And then what? And then what? We're going to have ice cream for dinner and we're not going to have a bedtime? And then what? We're going to ban homework and we're going to put McDonald's in the cafeteria? But this is what people really believed. They really thought it was going to be like that. Yeah, well, no, I don't think so. And now people are getting on my case for saying we got to vote Democrat. They say, no, we can't possibly do that. That's a bridge too far. I'm always ahead of the curve, okay? 2 years ago, you said, I'm not going to sit this election out. We got to vote. Now people are saying, you're right, but vote Democrat way too far. What are you going to be saying in 28? We should have voted Democrat. You know, like, I don't even know what I'll be saying in 2 years. 2 years, I'll be like, we need to attack the electrical grid. That's a joke. I'm not actually going to do that, but it's like, at a certain point, we got to switch it up, change it up. How can anyone tolerate this? And anybody that made excuses for this, they just need to feel bad. You need to feel bad about yourself. Fuck you. You are stupid. I'm sorry to be so negative, but it is hard to overstate what a toxic influence, toxic influence these influencers have been on the right-wing electorate. Because you really are a psychic
Leading us
victim.
down the
If you
fucking
were on Twitter following
dark
Jack
alley.
Posobiec and Andrew Isker and Andrew Torba and Captive Dreamer and John Doyle, and these people were filling your head with this propaganda. Oh, when Trump says he has no plan to deport anybody other than violent criminals, he just has to say that because it's the general. That's a throwaway comment. Like, those people were telling you to stand down. They were gaslighting you. And they told you, well, if we run into problems, we'll deal with that later. And even through to February when we were pulling out of Minneapolis, they were saying, no, there's no retreat in Minneapolis. What are you talking about? It's going really well. It's hard to overstate the damage that is being done by these people. And that is why they have to be brutally humiliated and mocked and shown that they are frauds, shown that they are wrong. You cannot listen to these people. We tried it your way. Didn't work. You got what you wanted. You got everything you wanted. The Republicans won the House, Senate, White House. Trump got the popular vote, won the Electoral College, actually expanded on his victory from 16 by winning Nevada. You got everything you wanted. What is the fucking excuse now? You got $200 billion in the big, beautiful bill for mass deportations. Because remember, that was the excuse. They said, well, we don't have the personnel. We don't have the infrastructure. We can't just deport everybody. It's only been a day. It's only been a week. It's only been a month. It's only been 6 months. Well, you know, our guys are pushing really hard. They don't have the tools necessary. Well, okay, well, you got $200 billion. We cut Medicaid because that's a political winner. Let's cut healthcare for poor people to pay for the Gestapo. You got $200 billion for mass deportations. You hired 10,000 ICE agents. You're rapidly expanding the detention facilities, and then you just gave up. So, like, what's the excuse now? It's so bad. And it was so preventable. And I told you. And you want to know how I knew? Because it happened already. It already happened. All of this happened in the first term. And many of you just weren't there. Many of you just got red-pilled after the pandemic, got red-pilled later. So you didn't live it. I lived it. I was 18 when Trump got elected the first time. And I was like all of you. All the shit they're saying now, I was saying then. The difference is Trump was an unknown quantity then. It was the first time. It was unprecedented. So I remember back in 2017, I was one of these people. We got to vote for Trump. If Hillary gets in, it's World War III and blah, blah. Okay, that was me. We got to vote for Trump. He's going to save Western civilization. He's the God Emperor of mankind. And then when the rubber met the road in 17 and 18, I was making excuses. Well, we need to pass the tax cuts so we win the midterms, and then we'll get the money for the border wall. And, oh, you know, Trump is trying, but he's getting bad advice. It's bad personnel. It's Republicans in the House and Senate. We did all of it. We watched this movie. It happened exactly the same way, to a letter. And then we watched the whole thing fall apart. We were coping until the very last day. Here's how we could still turn it around. Here's how we could still salvage it. And then we watched with some curiosity in the interregnum to see if Trump would fix some of those flaws. If he was punished, he was going to come back harder and more intense and, knowing how Washington works with the right people. And it was obvious that he had not changed fundamentally. He threw out Project 2025. He's working with Miriam Adelson. He goes on the All In podcast. He appoints J.D. Vance. The rhetoric was what it was. It was obvious it was going to be a repeat, a rerun. And now all that was remaining is for us to just watch it get set in motion. Now here we are. Now it's 2026 and mass deportations are over. So like I said, I await. What is even the argument now about Trump? People are saying, some people are saying right now, it's okay that we're at war with Iran. I don't care that much because immigration is the only thing that matters. Okay, but he just gave us an amnesty. Like there's no deportations even happening. So what are you talking about? Do you know that? But by the way, you know what's really funny? Do you know that after we bombed Iran last year, they deported 1 million people? Look it up. After we bombed Iran in June of 2025, the Islamic Republic of Iran deported 1 million people. It's like Iran is deporting more people than we are while we're bombing them. Like they're at war with the world superpower and they managed to deport more people. It's crazy. So anyway, that I don't want to go too much about. Like I said, I only wanted to talk about that a little bit, but it just goes to show how much rape can you take? How much of this are you willing to tolerate? I feel like I'm going crazy on this show because what am I? People say I've changed. I sold out. I'm a liberal, blah, blah. I'm the same guy for 10 years. I don't want to go to war with Iran. And I do want mass deportations and nativism. It's all of you people that are coping and bargaining. Oh, well, it's better than the Democrats. Well, he did say Iran can't have a nuke. Well, even if we're not deporting anybody, at least he secured the border. And by the way, regarding border security, highly overrated. Because that's another rerun. Trump promised to build a wall. Why does it matter? Because a wall can't be taken down. We have the illegal immigration problem.
They can't just vote somebody else in there and then that person totally throw the border open and we're just naked and defenseless unless we want to go to the border with fucking rifles and shit. With a wall, they can't just throw that shit open. And like I've said this before, even if they do throw it open, we could show up at the ports of entry and block the motherfuckers and just say, bitch, you ain't coming in. We don't care what they said. We'll kill your ass if you cross that line. We can't do that with a fucking big ass wide open border. We can do that with a fucking wall. People that say walls don't work, excuse me, the Great Wall of China. Well, you think they just fucking built something you can see from space, just for bragging rights, just as some sort of a fucking decoration? No, because they work. They work. They're deterrents.
It's calculus. You've got the rate of people that are coming here. And then you actually have the area under the curve of the amount of people that remain here. So it's like 1 million people come this year, 1 million people come the next year, 1 million, you have 3 million people there now. So it's not just the rate at which they're coming in, but it's the amount of people that are actually here. Now, in the first term, Trump said, we have a lot of illegals here and a lot of illegals coming. We got to deport them all and build a wall so they can't keep coming in. Now, why do you build a wall? You build a wall because it's a physical structure that actually prevents people at the atomic level from crossing the border. They can't bypass a physical structure. If you have a 30-foot concrete wall with barbed wire and turrets on top, they're not going to be able to get through that. They'll bump into it. It will repel them physically. What's the difference? If you don't build the wall, and instead you create a regime of executive orders and say, we're going to, from a policy point of view, force you to stay on the other side of the border. We will not permit you to enter at a port of entry. We're going to change the asylum rules, et cetera, et cetera. If you make it a policy wall Well, inevitably, what happens is that a Democrat gets into office and just undoes it. If you make 10,000 executive orders that slow down illegal immigration, the Democrats are going to overturn 10,000 executive orders and they're going to open it up on day one. That is what happened. Trump said, I'm going to build a wall so that it can't be taken down, it can't be undone. The illegal immigrants will indefinitely be repelled from the country. Well, because he failed, that gave us 10 million illegals under Biden. That's a direct consequence of his failure. He didn't build the wall. So because all we got was these COVID-era executive orders temporarily keeping illegals from pouring in, all Biden had to do, the auto pen had to do, is sign a bunch of counter-executive orders. And 10 million came pouring in because Trump didn't build the wall. And now, think about how much worse the problem is. We're 10 million to the worst, plus all the illegals that came in under Trump, which was quite a few, actually, in the first term. And now they say, well, but Trump has closed the border. Okay, but it's the same problem. They're going to do it all over again. If a Democrat
they could do the same
they're
thing.
going to let him in.
Trump hasn't stopped that at all. He hasn't even made an attempt to stop that. Because that bullshit with the pen, it's almost as if they're in cahoots, man. You know, like, hey, I'll just sign some shit with a pen. That way, when you get in, you can throw it open, and then I can run on it again in the next election. And we'll just play good cop, bad cop until these people are fucking ground into dust. You know, we'll just raw dog them until they bleed to death.
And there are more illegals here now than there were when we started, so it's all worse. It's all worse.
It is. It's just getting worse.
That's the point. So, you know, people say, well, at least the border's secure. Yeah, for now, it's going to be secure for what? Another 2.5 years until it isn't again?
Like, that doesn't make me feel better. We didn't vote for Trump to get like a 3-year break from getting raped by immigrants. Yeah, slow motion.
The border's been wide open for like 50 years. We didn't vote for a 4-year reprieve, 4-year coffee break. We voted to build a wall to permanently stop it. We voted for mass deportations to undo the damage that has been done. You can't just stop the water from pouring in. You have to bail out the water. And, you know, so as far as I'm concerned, and I know this is going to be super controversial, and then we're going to move on. As far as I'm concerned, the immigration issue is over. I know that's controversial. I know you don't like to hear that. And I know what people are going to say. But as far as I'm concerned, it's a dead issue. Maybe there was a time when we could have stopped it. Maybe there was a time when we could have built a wall and deported everybody, but that time has surely passed. And Trump blew it. Trump blew it both times. We had a chance if they got it together in 2016, they could have built the wall. They could have deported a bunch of people. They didn't. We had our one last chance. We had one last shake in 2024. He got elected in the popular vote. For whatever reason, it's cultural, it's the pendulum, whatever you want to say. He got back in even with Hispanics, and he made it a poisonous issue. And now I don't know that it's ever going to go back in the other direction.
It scares me, the idea.
I don't know that that'll ever happen. And even if it does, it's almost too late. It's almost too late.
Almost, yeah.
The damage has been done. It's set in. And now we have to change how we think about the issue. That old America, heritage America, sorry, it is dead. I know people don't like to hear that. America's not going to be a Norman Rockwell painting. We're not going to be a republic, not an empire. It's done. It's done, and we lost. Okay, you had 30 years to get your act together between Pat Buchanan and Donald Trump and Ann Coulter and all these different nativist groups, and it just never materialized.
Well, then
and I think that's finished.
There's one
and I think
thing
that now what we're playing for is to
bothers me about this attitude. It's like, okay, one way failed, or one way seems like it failed. Or like, you don't just give up. Like we're not dead. Okay, we're not dead, and we would be fucking remiss. We would be abandoning our posts to just let it go at that. No. If this fails, then we go to the next more drastic measure. If that fails, then we go to the next, more drastic. We go there until we're fighting these motherfuckers with rifles and shit. Like, You don't just, I guess we lose and just go home. Like, bro, that is not what made him. That's not what brought America about, bro. Those guys could have gave up at any time at Valley Forge and shit. They were freezing to death, starving and shit. They didn't give up. They were fighting the greatest war machine in the world. Yeah, we can't just give up like that. And that's the one thing that's my one criticism of Nick is like, yo, man, you know, some people just shut their fucking shit off right there. So guaranteed some people are like, just, you know, they just give up. It's like, bro, you have to rally the troops. And that doesn't mean telling lies, telling tales outside of school, but being honest and saying it's not over yet, though. They may have won this battle, but they have not won the war. Because, yo, they may have, you know, their shit on their side and it might be stacked against us. But we have numbers. We have numbers. We have the people. And really, that is the more important. They know it's the more important thing to have. Because you know something, they could talk about they could turn the military on us all they want and this and that. You think the military is going to gun down their brothers and sisters? Seriously. Going to gun down their brothers and sisters to keep a fucking autocrat in office? You're crazy. You're crazy. I mean, to think that brothers are going to fight against brothers for these cocksuckers in office, you're crazy, man. And there is an appetite for this stuff. People do not want this shit to happen. People see us slipping down this bullshit ass slope, and people are like, yo, this is not right. We ain't the only ones. Nick ain't the only one. There's a hell of a lot more of us than them.
In control over our empire, to try to improve the quality of
We don't
life
even
within the
need that many
empire, to
people.
try to ameliorate the
10%.
worst effects of
Well
diversity.
motivated.
Honestly, I think it's time for a little dose of reality, because at this point, I'm gonna say something else you're not gonna like. Immigration is becoming one of these issues that is used almost exclusively just to trick white people.
It's like abortion.
It is the MacGuffin.
It's one of their bullshit little tactics to separate themselves. That's the uniparty. But they use these nothing issues that are like ideological and shit, like abortion, shit that doesn't move any pieces on the table, doesn't do anything. Okay, maybe, you know, our population wouldn't be doing so rough at this point, or our birth rate, but other than that, it doesn't move any pieces on the table, doesn't affect any business, anything like that. So those are their bread and butter. That's how they trick people into thinking, oh, I'm voting for the party that's good, that's the right, you know, they're doing the right thing. No, they're both doing the same thing. They have this illusion that there's something that separates them. Bro, there ain't nothing that separates them. These motherfuckers, as soon as the cameras aren't on them and they don't have they're behind closed doors, dude, they're on the same fucking team. Oh, one of them believes you should be able to have abortions, the other one doesn't. Bro, what kind of a separation is that, my dudes? That's no separation at all. One of them believes that, you know, you should tax people highly and give out lots of entitlements. The other one says, oh, well, you should tax people highly and give out lots of tax breaks. It's a distinction without a difference, man. We need to start looking at these motherfuckers as just two different heads on the same dragon, same Hydra.
It is this thing that we are always chasing, always trying to get, always elusive. We're ignoring everything else in pursuit of this thing that we're just never going to get.
Yeah.
And so, for example, Trump brought with him in this administration all these corporate raiders and cronies and plutocrats. He brought with him all the oligarchs and the Zionists and Jared Kushner and wars for Israel and digital currency and Palantir coming in on the heels of Doge. All these different things, they're so bad. It's like we're going to not have privacy. We're not going to have a Fourth Amendment. The military is banning Anthropic because they want to militarize ChatGPT. We're at war with Iran. You got this big, beautiful bill, which is a monstrosity.
Big, beautiful.
We're moving towards digital
Clusterfuck.
currency. Tether is in the White House. You got the shit coins being sold by the Trump family. So many horrible things have been unleashed. And all of you white nativists are willing to take
And
it
just
all,
lay
swallow
down.
it all, because you say, well, as long as we're doing something about immigration, and you go,
People like, oh, they get all hardcore and fucking gung ho, and then when what they fought against happens, oh, they start equivocating. Oh, well, it could be worse, and this, that, and the.
help. No, I don't think it is. I mean, at a certain point, you have diminishing returns. You have a concept of marginal utility. If you got 50 million illegals, no, I'm sorry, deporting 400,000 doesn't do a damn thing. We have 30, 40 million illegals. We're bringing in millions of legal immigrants. What we're playing for is to remove 300,000 people per year, that we're going to kill everything else on that basis. War with Iran, big beautiful bill, no restrictions on AI, all of that for 200,000 deportations. And you're seriously going to tell yourself every little bit counts? That's delusional. That's totally insane. And it doesn't even matter, because in 4 years, eventually we're going to get another Democrat, and they're just going to undo everything we did 1,000-fold, like what Biden did. So being perfectly honest with you, and again, you're not going to like this, but you need to hear it. So much of the nativist politics, it really is a race hustle. It really is. And it doesn't mean that I don't believe in it.
We just have to get
think immigration
serious.
is ruinous. It is terrible. It has objectively destroyed our quality of life. It has alienated us within our own country. It is a disaster. And if I could wave a magic wand and undo it, I would do that in a second. I do think that this is a white country. I do think this flowered from European civilization. I wish it was still that way. Okay? With that being said, these issues are being used to get us angry.
Yep.
These issues are being dangled in front of us, always out of reach, no intention of following through, so they can distract us and get us angry,
All riled
so
up.
that we will not pay attention to and ignore everything else. And then in the end, we don't even get what we're promised. That is what it feels like to me. And I don't think it's a coincidence that Stephen Miller has become the embodiment of this kosher nativism, this kosher white nationalism.
That's fucking
I think about
diabolical.
American Renaissance with Jared Taylor, where
Fucking
they'll never
diabolical,
criticize the
man.
Jews, but they're pro-white. And I like Jared, and I like American Renaissance, and they do great work, but that is the program there. And it's the same at VDARE. VDARE's very, Peter Brimelow, very articulate, great show on Tucker. But it's sort of the same story there. At their final conference, they wanted to have Ashley St. Clair give the closing keynote speech. That's the program. Among the white identitarian crowd, it's very kosher. They all glaze Stephen Miller, and he's out there agitating for war with Iran. His wife is on Piers
Somehow
Morgan,
we've let those
bitching
people
about how our
slither
Jewish
into all of
children
the
are
powerful
victims.
positions. Slither, mind you.
And so, look, Jews play every side. They will play the black side. They will play the Muslim side. And yes, they will play the white side too.
People think, oh yeah, the Jews.
They will play up
they
the
hate
civil
Muslims
rights
and this
struggle
and
of the
that.
Negroes.
It's like bullshit. They hate Muslims, bro. They would team up with the Muslims to wipe our asses out. You can fucking take that shit to the bank, bro. That's a fact right there. But they just play like they're fucking, stone, straight up nemesis. I mean, they're playing that up, bro. If they had the opportunity to wipe our asses out by joining sides with the Muslims, it would be done like that, dude. That they don't.
Black power, brother.
He's right.
Yeah,
I mean, he's absolutely right.
If you're not free, none of us are free. They'll play up the black struggle. They'll play up the Muslim struggle. They'll make Hollywood movies about Islamophobia while their boys are bombing them in the Middle East. And yes, they'll play up the white thing. What do you think that doofus Jake Lang is doing out there in New York City? When he goes on Laura Loomer's show, LARPing like he's some white Christian nationalist out of a Netflix show, he's literally like the Hollywood villain that we have seen in SVU for the past 10 years. The hacker known as 4chan. He's literally the archetypal Hollywood villain, the MAGA era white nationalist, Christian nationalist. He's playing that character, marching around New York City talking about nigger lovers and saying and doing Roman salutes, go back AIPAC, Muslims are goat fuckers. It's literally a character. And that's a very ham-fisted, very obvious version of it. But that's what Stephen Miller is. That's what Trump is. That's what all of this is, dangling that issue in front of you. So all these chest-beating white people that, white pride and this and that are going to get sucked into a political agenda that contains the seeds of their own destruction, the germ of their own destruction. That's what it appears to be to me. And that's what happened here. Because during that election, that's all they talked about. Mass deportations, Haitians are eating the cats and dogs. Have the Haitians been deported from Springfield yet? Like, honestly, that's all I have to say. Do you remember during the election when they said they're eating the dogs, they're eating the cats, Haitians invaded? Have the Haitians been removed from Springfield yet, you motherfuckers? Have even 100 of them been removed? Do you remember when that story came out and that became a big thing? That became a touchstone in the election, and every jagoff with the camera deployed to Springfield to interview people and do like their own Vice documentary about it? Have any of those people been removed? No. Have any Somalis been removed? No. No, it hasn't been solved at all, and it's not going to be. So what did we actually vote for? Who is getting what they wanted here? You have to see this. What's the argument? And when you press these people on it, you know what they say in the end? They go, well, at least it's better than a Democrat. You go, what? The Democrats are more progressive than they've ever been in history. So you're telling me this entire movement was about being this much better than the worst, most progressive Democrats ever? That's what it was all for? Why would anybody even bother? I would have just been a lawyer. I just would have gotten a fucking job. Why would anybody fight or bleed or sweat or do any of it? Sacrifice? It has turned us all into a joke. We were all fools. All of that, we were used marching and yelling and campaigning and protesting and whatever, free speech, martyrs and warriors, all of that so we could be what? Better than the most progressive anti-white Democrats in history? So what? I mean, probably Ted Cruz would have been too, and so would Marco Rubio and John Kasich and any one of them that ran in 16 and any one of them that ran in 24 too. So why do we do all of this? We did all of it because we actually wanted a revolutionary change. And if that's not happening, then I'm out. Period. If you want to be some, you want to go and rub shoulders at some DC suck and fuck at CPAC. I'm sorry to be vulgar, but it's what it is. You want to go to CPAC and act like a big shot and go to Media Row and be the biggest thing in the conservative ecosystem, and you just want to make a paycheck, okay, I mean, I think you're just a loser. But I got into this because I actually wanted a cultural, political, revolutionary change. It's not being delivered, clearly. And this immigration issue, at this point, it may be putting us to sleep more than it's waking us up, to tell you the truth. But that's that. I do want to move on. I want to get into the situation in Iran. And more to that point, I don't know that we'll even get into the energy crisis. We sort of already know about that. I want to talk about this polling because this goes hand in hand with everything I just said. So we now have the official public opinion polling on the war in Iran. And would you be surprised to learn, this is the biggest insight in my opinion, that the demographic that supports the war the most is actually MAGA Republicans? This is the data from NBC News. I'll just read it outright and we'll discuss it. It says, quote, a majority of registered voters disapprove of President Trump's handling of the situation in Iran and believe the U.S. should not have taken military action against the country, according to a new NBC News poll. 54% of voters disapprove of Trump's handling of Iran, compared with 41% who approve. A similar share, 52% versus 41%, say the U.S. should not have taken military action. The results show clear, if expected, partisan polarization over the issue. An overwhelming majority of Democrats, 89%, say the U.S. should not have struck Iran. Among independents, 58% believe that as well. Republicans are overall more supportive of the strikes. 77% say the U.S. should have struck Iran. 15% disagree. But there is a significant divide between Republicans who identify as MAGA and those who do not. A full 90% of self-identified MAGA-aligned Republicans back the strikes, with only 5% saying they don't think the strikes should have been launched. Among Republicans who do not see themselves as part of MAGA, they are more divided, with 54% supporting the strikes and 36% against them. NBC News poll also found a deep divide over the Iran war by age, with younger voters far more sour on the strikes than older voters. 2/3 of voters under 35 say the U.S. should not have struck Iran. It's about 50-50 for every other age group. Voters with college degrees are about evenly split over the strikes. Those with bachelor's or postgraduate degrees overwhelmingly believe the U.S. should not have struck Iran. Now, to me, this is just a nail in the coffin, because maybe it needs to be said. It's sort of sad that it does. When you go back to the original MAGA movement, when it all started, what this whole thing is about, Trump came down the escalator, and among other things, the biggest, most poignant thing he said is that the war in Iraq was a mistake, that we should put America first, that we had been fighting never-ending battles, that we had no business fighting. We have gained nothing from it. It's cost us a fortune. Americans have died. We haven't even achieved our goals. He said, and so this welfare warfare thing, invade the world, invite the world, the
Bullshit.
neoconservative agenda, he said this is a failure and we need a change. He said we need an America first nationalist foreign policy. And his credibility on the issue came from the fact that he was one of the earliest critics of the Iraq war in 2003. And whereas the Republicans at that time wanted to cast Donald Trump as a Democrat and say that he's not a true conservative, he's not of the establishment, he's not a loyal member of the movement, Trump flipped that on its head and said the Republican establishment is corrupt too. And that maybe Trump doesn't fit into that mold, but that's a good thing, because Republicans are losers and they have been pushing America Last policies with the Democrats. And whether it's Clinton or Bush, Obama or the other Bush, you're getting the same globalist policies that put Americans last. That was the genius. That was the vision of Trump 1, of the Trump 2016 campaign. Now, at that time, that was actually an unpopular position. In 2016, when Trump first ran, 86% of Republicans had a positive view of George W. Bush. And more than 70% of Republicans believed that the Iraq war was a good thing, that we achieved our objectives and that we had won. So when Trump came down the escalator, let's think about it in these terms. Relative to the rest of the party, he was progressive. And by that, I mean he was pushing the right wing forward. He was a new wave politician. He was introducing a refinement, maybe a realignment, a new development. So whereas Republicans were stuck and they had lost and they still embraced this catastrophic war, which wasn't even really conservative. When you think about what conservatism is, this is a war that was fought for what? For Israel, for oil, for defense contractors. Take your pick. It was fought for everybody other than Americans, and that's not conservative. And so relative to the electorate and the movement and the party establishment, Trump was further to the right. Trump was an accelerant, a progressive. And insofar as Trump was ascendant and surging and popular, he was having an impact on the rest of the party. You could argue he was moving the Overton window. He was dragging them forward into the future. He was influencing the GOP, the conservative movement, the electorate in a positive way. He was pushing the envelope, pushing us to where we need to go. That was in 2016. 80% of Republicans are pro-George Bush, pro-neocon, pro-Iraq war, and Trump comes out as the radical contrarian. He comes out as the accelerationist.
It bought his ass off, that's all.
The right-wing progressive that says, I'm a nationalist. I'm America first. I repudiate the legacy of George W. Bush. I repudiate the movement conservatism, the GOP establishment. I repudiate principled conservatism if it means spending blood and treasure for gains that we don't even have. He realigned what it is to be right-wing, what it is to be Republican. I supported him then. Here we are 10 years later, and let's look at where the party is. Now, 90% of MAGA Republicans and Trump support this war in Iran, which is meaningfully the same thing. This is a war that has no tangible benefit for Americans. This is a war that is virtually identical to the war in Iraq. The buildup is the same. The pretext is the same. The problems are arguably similar, if not worse. The risks, the possibility of profound second-order consequences economically, militarily, and otherwise for the United States. Arguably, it's Iraq on steroids. It's far worse.
Yeah.
And now you look at where these two sides are relative to one another. Well, Trump, he obviously is the conservative movement. He is the Republican Party establishment. And the electorate is his voters. They are his voters. So he was on the outside. Now he's the inside. And now he's bringing us to war in Iran. And all those people, the 20% from 2016, the 20% from back then that were on the outside, that were with Trump, with the new wave, with the progressive visionary thinking, well, now they've been brought all the way back into the establishment. People that signed up with Trump in 2016 against the war, Trump has now delivered them into the war. And actually, it is the people that are anti-Trump or not part of Trumpism. It is the percentage of Republicans that don't identify as MAGA that are actually better on this issue. They're actually more progressive, more nationalist, more America first. I did not vote for Trump in 2024. Why? Because in 2016, Trump was driving all of this forward. You could say he was moving the ball down the field, so to speak. If the end zone is a radical right-wing movement that is nationalist, nativist, that is restrained, that restrains Israel, that acts in its own interest, then Trump was moving the party closer to that ideal. He was exerting pressure, exerting gravity and magnetism, pulling the party, the conversation, the energy to the right place, in the right direction. Fast forward 10 years later, it is the opposite. He is holding everything back. There are people in the GOP that are correct. They're against the war. And this time, it's actually the educated voters. It's the low information, non-college educated voters, the MAGA voters that support the war. Now it's the college educated that are saying this is a disaster. There's no plan here. This has been mishandled at the minimum. It was probably ill-conceived regardless of how it was handled. And what does Trump do to the people that are against the war? He tries to annihilate them. He tries to ostracize them, tries to destroy them. This is Marjorie Greene. This is Thomas Massie. This is Tucker Carlson, Megyn Kelly. All of the people that are now anti-war, anti the war that he delivered, it's not enough that he's driving these events, but he's holding everybody back from going further to the ideal. He's actually the fourth of lethargy. He's retarding progress. He's actually sabotaging and thwarting progress. Whereas you might have right-wing people that are more extreme in their opposition to the Israel lobby, more extreme in their opposition to the buildup to war in Iran. Trump is pulling them right back, punishing anybody that he perceives to be disloyal. That's why I can't support it anymore, because How can you argue now that this is an asset when this is clearly a liability? And like I said, that other effect, and maybe this is the most tragic part about it, this is a movement that was born to oppose these things, as we have all been talking about. You used to identify as MAGA. What did Make America Great Again mean? It was actually, in a very explicit way, in contradistinction to nation building, regime change. What's the big idea? Well, we spent $8 trillion in the Middle East building gas stations and building residential buildings and building a democracy and making sure women can vote.
Yeah.
And we spent trillions of dollars building Afghanistan. And people died over there for this. And this took 20 years. And the whole idea is, let's make our country
Man, what the fuck? Oh shit, might be.
Let's build up their
My bad,
quality of life. Let's build our
clicked the
infrastructure.
scenes.
Wasn't that the whole idea? Wasn't that the whole Nas Bowl, New Deal Republican idea that we would have an infrastructure bill? Roads, bridges, highways, airports. Instead of spending $7 trillion building stuff there, let's spend $7 trillion building stuff here. Instead of building it for them or for foreign interests, let's build America for American interests. That's making America great again. The ideas are inseparable. America first and making America great again are inseparable. They're inextricable. And they're inextricable from the conversation about nation building and immigration. Instead of blowing up other countries and rebuilding them and then inviting the refugees here and housing them and feeding them, let's take care of our own. Let's make ourselves great like we used to. Well, that's what it meant in 2016 when everybody signed up. And if you're one of those people that was brave enough to put on the hat and support MAGA back then, and you stuck with Trump all these years later, in order to remain MAGA, you actually have to support the opposite of it. 90% of people that identify as MAGA now are in favor of doing the exact opposite. And Trump is literally posting, "Make Iran great again."
What the fuck, man?
And I'm not even, that's
bastard.
a quote, "Make Iran great again. Let's bomb them." We've already spent $10 billion. It's not a ton of money compared to Iraq and Afghanistan, but it's a lot.
What a bastard.
And that's not calculating the cost to the global economy because of the Strait of Hormuz and whatever else we might get up to in the Middle East. 90% of MAGA are now in support of making Iran great again, making Israel great again. You know, doing all those things that the other Republicans had done. And once again, here's the question, is Trump leading people in the right direction or the wrong direction? Well, if you took people that supported the original MAGA movement, and because of their loyalty to you, they are now supporting a war with Iran, obviously that's a problem. Obviously that's hurting more than it's helping. And I said in 2024, and maybe you didn't understand what I meant by this, but I said in the 2024 election, we may be headed to a war with Iran regardless. And I do believe that. But if Kamala takes us to war in Iran, at least nobody's going to support it. The Democrats are anti-war. So there's going to be more dissent in the Democrat ranks than there would be in the Republican ranks. Because Democrats are more anti-war than Republicans. And they're more sympathetic to the Palestinians and the Iranians. And they're more skeptical and critical of U.S. power and intervention. So if Kamala wins and takes us to war, not even the Democrats are going to support it. Are Republicans going to support it? Well, no, they'll reflexively not support it because it's Kamala. And would independents support it? I would argue that independents and the general public wouldn't even see her as a legitimate president. We saw that Biden is literally dying, and this was like a grand deception foisted on the public. They lied about his physical condition. They lied about his mental deterioration, and yet he was nominally the president, which is one of the great scandals of American history. In this insane maneuver, they switched him out at the last second with his vice president, Kamala, There was no convention, no real vote among the delegates. And Kamala had never actually even won a Democrat primary. She dropped out, I believe, after the Iowa caucus or something in 2020. So not only do you have this ridiculous situation with Biden, but then you have someone like Kamala who really has no credibility. And this also would have been on the heels of the 2020 election, where there were some serious doubts about the legitimacy of how that election was conducted. So if Kamala gets in, I don't know that anybody is a supporter. I don't know that anybody's happy. I don't know that anybody even thinks that she's a legit president. If she takes us to war, 90% of everybody's going to oppose it. And they're going to oppose it on the grounds that this is like, we don't even know what this is.
Yeah.
The men in suits, the cabal that runs America, that apparently rigs the elections, that controls the candidates, that uses the auto pen, these people set her up as the puppet, and this sick machine is what is taking us to war. It not only would it be deeply unpopular, people would be furious and besides themselves. In a word, they'd be united against the war. And who would lead the charge in the opposition? Obviously, Republicans. And what would that do? It would give all the initiative to Republicans to be anti-war. How do you distinguish yourself from the Democrats in the midterms? You say, well, we are against the war. How do you distinguish yourself from the Democrats in 28? We oppose the war.
Because he's a salesman. Oh, shit. Sorry about that. Fuck. Hate when Rumble does this shit.
As Trump won, people are going to say, oh, I guess the elections aren't rigged. They were rigged in 2020, but if Trump won, they're not rigged now. So everything is fine. The elections are never rigged. And Trump won the election and he took office and everything's fine. So I think the institutions are working properly. And if Trump is bringing us to war, well, there must be a very good reason.
Yeah.
So the whole
It's
war
trickery.
has this tinge now of credibility. And by the way, the left-wing institutions support it too. Hillary Clinton the other day said the second Trump administration is great. It's much better. And the Wall Street Journal supports the war, and the Washington Post supports the war, and Fox News supports the war. And so in absolute terms, there's more support for the war among the public. It's almost all coming from the MAGA Republicans. And all of the institutions across the spectrum support the war because it's theirs. And I said this during the election, and maybe people thought this was like an intangible thing. Because what does that really mean? Well, the war will have more legitimacy or less. The war will have more support or less. Some people might say that that can't be quantified. It's intangible. What really is the value of things like this? What matters is how many immigrants are coming here. What matters is the policies or whatever. Well, now you see the difference. Now you're living it. You're seeing Republicans go to the rally and say, yeah, we should bomb Iran. And you go, what? 10 years ago, kind of the implicit message of Trumpism is don't go to war with Iran. If it was going, if the neocon agenda was going anywhere, it was going towards this. And if Trump was in favor of pulling us out of Syria and Iraq, well, the kind of dog that doesn't bark, the subtext is, well, we're definitely not going into Iran. If we're pulling out of Iraq because that was a mistake, and we're pulling out of Syria because that was a mistake, well, then obviously we're not going to do what they want us to do, which is go to war in Iran. And now it's all those people wearing the hats, gung-ho about Trump, that are the biggest supporters of it. So Trump is actually now a de-radicalizing force. He is de-radicalizing the country.
He's pacifying. Like I've heard Nick put it this way before, like, you know, when everybody, you know, when things aren't happening, what people voted for and stuff, like Reagan, he was like a relief valve. Shit got really bad in Jimmy Carter's administration. There was a big appetite for change because of Carter, because he fucked things up so bad. And Reagan, he put a safety valve just enough. He slowed everything down just enough to where everybody got content and forgot about it anymore. We had the mini boom in the 80s. And then California went totally blue. It was like it allowed the Republicans let their guard down. I mean, conservative voters let their guard down. They thought everything, okay, we're good. Everything's safe. And then as soon as they did that, bam, under their nose, we were getting fucked.
There was pressure built up. People were angry. People were at a boiling point. People did have radical beliefs. They did stop believing in the legitimacy of the institutions and the system. And by getting elected, Trump relieved all of this, released all of this. So now what's the message in 28? Vote for J.D. Vance? Why? Vote for the guy that deported nobody and didn't stop us from going to war in Iran? Like, there's no energy there. There's no dynamism. There's no pitch. What's the slogan? We're going to have techno-accelerationism. We're going to have effective acceleration. We're going to have more data centers, more chat GPT. We're going to have smart cars or whatever, robo-taxis. It's done. Right-wing populism is done unless somebody repudiates the legacy of Trump and embraces it at the same time. Somebody needs to run in 28 saying, like, look, Trump had the right message, got lost along the way. It's obviously failed. We need to restart. We need to reboot. We need to sort of make America great again, great again. Some version of that, some species of that, but it can't come from inside the admin. This can't be Vance or Rubio for obvious reasons. I don't think it's going to be Bannon, and I don't think it could be Tucker. It's got to be somebody else. But somebody needs to go out with that message in 28. That's the only thing I'm interested in. If you try to get me to vote for a Republican, I'm just not there. I'm not there for it. I'm not there for better than the Democrats and a war with Iran and no mass deportations. I'm finished with this. So that is your quantitative proof that everything I said was true. Trump is de-radicalizing America. He is holding back the progress. If there was going to be, and people make fun of me, they say, well, you think that if Trump loses, like, we'll get Hitler in 4 years. It's not that. It's that we need to open up a space for something more radical to emerge.
When people be looking for answers,
that
someone to lead us.
We have two choices. And we're either going to get marginally better or marginally worse. But if we get marginally better, then what happens is that maybe a very good option
comes right after.
Foreclosed. Because all the resources and attention and energy are absorbed by the marginally better option.
Fuck that.
You have to imagine not just the scenarios which we can see, but the scenarios which we cannot see. Not just the scenarios which are known, but the scenarios which cannot possibly be known. So people said, well, we're either going to get Trump or we're going to get Kamala. And for me, it's like, well, we're either going to get Trump and he leads us down a horrible path, and then a Democrat, left-wing economic populist becomes popular and they win. Like, that's actually a scenario we have to entertain. And the scenario that doesn't happen is people become complacent, they get too satisfied, too comfortable, and we never go further right. We never go more radical. And if we don't go more radical, we never win.
No, he's right.
If we don't get more radical, if there isn't at any point a radical intervention, then we never win.
We never get it back.
If you keep settling for lesser of two evils,
right,
you never get good. You never get a victory.
Evil.
It's like you just keep dividing in half. Okay, we're not going to get that bad. We're not going to get that bad.
Damn.
If you keep voting that every single time, look at where it is. Look at what it has profited us. Where do we wind up with all this stuff? There's never a space for something that's truly good, something we're actually excited about, something that's actually going to deliver real change. Now we get a White House with Condoleezza Rice, who was there the other day, Chris LaCivita, who's trying to destroy Thomas Massie, Marco Rubio, who's the Secretary of State, Jared Kushner, who's back in the White House. And you say Trump is just the new neocons. He's just the neo-neocon. So we need actually to open up a space. That's actually the first step. First, we need to create a need. We need to create a demand, open up a space, open up a vacuum, and create the conditions for it to be filled, instead of voting for Trump, knowing what he is, and hoping for the best. Voting for Trump, knowing he's going to deliver all of this garbage and simply wishing it were better, wishing it weren't so, wishing it was somehow a better option than it actually is. That's not going to get us to what we want, ever. So I don't know what the counter argument is. If MAGA means war with Iran, then MAGA is dead. If 90% of MAGA voters are in favor of a war with Iran, then MAGA means nothing. It has betrayed its most fundamental principles.
It has betrayed the American
ideal.
ideal.
And it is not worth the hats that it's imprinted on.
No.
And I'm out. And the young people need something new, something that will start up, something that is new, something with more energy, that is dynamic, offering new ideas,
hopeful,
a new perspective
inspiring.
for a new decade. Maybe new leadership, maybe younger people, a guy that isn't 100 years old.
Yep.
But, you know, and here's the thing, this is the last thing I'll say about it. A lot of people are rocking with my criticisms. They agree with me, but they're not keen on voting Democrat this time. They're not keen on withholding their vote.
To be
you can't get one without
Nick.
the other. These things are all connected. They're all connected.
People know what they
You
got
can't
to
divorce
do. They
the
just
inputs
need to
from
be
the
persuaded.
outputs. The causes from the effects. You voted for Trump. This is the direct consequence. Nothing happened in the middle. What are you going to blame it on? Bad advisors, bad advice, bad personnel, the Biden economy, Biden fucked up the government, circumstances, Netanyahu did this. Like, you voted for it. This is what we got. Didn't work. You want something new, you got to play hardball. You got to try something new. You have to do the unthinkable. Trump does the unthinkable every day.
Real
The
though,
Jews
Jerry.
do the unthinkable every day. We need to do the unthinkable. We need to keep our options open. We need to be open-minded. I'm happy to vote for a Democrat for no reason other than
Just stick it
they're
to
going to
them.
drop the hammer on the fucking people that did this to
Absolutely.
us. Because it's
They
as
gotta
simple as that
pay,
for me.
man. They can't
You
get
were
away with
voted in
this.
to stop this war and deport
This
the
is
illegals.
betrayal
You're
of the
doing
highest
neither.
order,
Now I
treason.
want you to suffer. I want you to pay a price. And that price is very direct. I want you impeached. I want you investigated. I want you thrown out. I want you to lose your seat. I want your life to be very difficult. And I don't want you to have a political future because you fucked us.
Yes.
And people say, well, you're going to fuck yourself too. Well, we're already being fucked either
Exactly.
way. So what difference
What do
does
we
it
have
make?
to lose? What do we have
You
to
can't vote Democrat.
lose?
Don't cut your nose to spite your face.
Fuck them.
We're being cut in the face every day. We're at war with Iran.
And
There's
they're
no mass
not getting
deportations.
fucked. At least
they
we'll
want to
fuck them
legalize
too.
transgender surgeries for kids if the parents sign a form. How much more spited can we be? Our face is being spited every day. It's just now you get a share of it. You get a share of that. And hopefully, and that's just for the midterms. I wouldn't vote for a Democrat in 28, maybe. But for the midterms, I want Democrats to come into the House to get oversight power to hurt this administration, and that's it. You know, you don't need to be a pro-woke, tranny, illegal nigger or whatever to refugee to vote Democrat. You just need to vote for them to get oversight powers so they will clobber the Republicans to open up a space in 28. That's what has to be done. And if you will not do that, then you're not listening to me and you're not being rational, okay? I'm losing my patience with you people because I told you in 24, I predicted all of it. I said you can't vote. And people still to this day, like, they admit that I'm right, but they're like, okay, but voting Democrat, that's too far this time. It's like, we have to do this. We have to do it. Just this once. We can vote Republican in 28. We can keep our options open. But for 26, we must give oversight powers. The House of Representatives is the people's chamber. The people, you are the one that insisted it's a binary. Well, I hate the Republicans now, so I'm voting for the other option. And I want it to hurt for them, and I want them to suffer and be diminished by it. And then in 28, I want them to be so degraded that a right-wing populist takes the primary by storm and, I don't know, maybe wins, maybe becomes president. At least it's a chance. At least there's a fighting chance for something different. That's my imperative right now. That's the Fuentes imperative. So I don't know how much more of this you guys can take. I'll keep doing it to you every day from now until 28. I don't know how much more of this you guys have an appetite for, how much losing and disappointment and failure, but it's for a purpose. If only you knew how good things can be, it could be so different. But Trump has got to exit the stage now. You know, he's holding it back. That is unambiguous based on all of this. What can even be said anymore? It's like every issue. Epstein, immigration, war with Iran. There's not even an infrastructure bill. We're not even getting the tariffs. Like, come on now. What are we playing for? They go, well, they changed the food pyramid. Okay, like the food pyramid? Oh, well, they got DEI out of the airlines. It's like, I don't know. That was actually kind of good propaganda. Maybe that was, I don't know. Is that, once again, is that what we're playing for? Anyway, but that's that. We're going to move on. We're going to take a look at our super chats. We'll see what you guys have to say about all this. I know I'm losing people with this. I don't care. I know there's a lot of people that don't agree.
Something? Nothing
I know there's
right is ever easy. It's not easy to do the right thing. Bro, if it was easy to do the right thing, man, like the world would be made of fucking candy and nuts. Bro, the shit is hard. It's hard. It's not easy. You have to sacrifice, man. Like, bro, you guys feel me? Like, if it wasn't hard, would it be, you know what I mean? If it wasn't hard, would it even be worthwhile? Like, anything worth fighting for is going to take sacrifice. We have to be willing to go there.
People that think I've gone crazy. They say, I can't listen to this guy anymore. I don't care. I don't care. I lived it. I've watched it. I've earned this. I am where the truth is because I'm right all the time. You are out there getting tricked all the time. So I see it in my replies every day. I can't watch this guy anymore. He tells us to vote Democrat, this, that, and the other. It's like, I'm the guy that's still against a war with Iran. I'm the guy that's still America first. You must be the other guy. So that's all I have to say. All right, we're going to move on. We're going to take a look at our super chats. We'll see what you have to say about all this. Thoughts? Thoughts on my radical politics? No, but I like it. You will never see me getting everybody to vote in the midterms for Republicans. You're just never going to see that happen. I'm not going to be that guy ever. Okay, it has to be a more radical politics or else none of this, it's just not even worth it.
Truth Lover 69 sent $20. I can't afford to send a $100 super chat, but I'm a long-time supporter. Could you shout me out at the end of the show just once?
No.
Holy girl, I present
Thanks,
$50. Sorry for the cortisol spike. Everyone's been bitching about asthma, but no one has asked about a debate. So thanks for letting me know.
Okay.
Chattel Triple sent $50.
Thanks.
Me and my wife have been together 4 years and have been practicing our spitting accuracy. We ride the bus and spit.
Okay.
Freeman sent $20. Bombs started dropping in the Middle East and I haven't gotten a single spam call since.
Yeah, you know what? I've noticed that too. Kind of funny, right?
Kate Butkowski was right, sent $20. Open the show sporting the quarter zip with blurred lines playing. Also, Diamond and Silk would have opposed war in Iran.
Are they still around? I know one of them died, sadly. But is the other one still around? I don't know. I feel like they would support whatever Trump said.
Druxer sent $30. I know Rogan is for toddlers. Unprovoked. First 20 minutes guest was defending how Trump was acting entirely on his own. Zeus.
I didn't watch that. But
EHC sent
that's
$20.
interesting.
It has to be said that you are the most entertaining political streamer in the scene right now. I love you, GOAT. God bless.
Hey,
Red heart
thanks
emoji.
a lot. I appreciate
Volt
it.
Local Crusader sent $20. Thoughts on Brandon Herrera winning his primary in Texas? He seems like he supports AF, even if his main priority is gun rights.
I don't really know that much about him, to be honest with you. I haven't followed his race super closely.
Charles Guido sent $20. Iran state media can't be trusted, but what's your level of trust for reporting out of the West? Death tolls accurate? Also, Iran definitely used their own daughters as pariah meat shields. IMO.
That's just like Jewish propaganda. Holy. We blow up a school full of children. Well, they were just human shields for the missiles. It's like, brother, how cooked can you be? Reporting out of the West, I mean, it depends on the source. I think it can be fairly reliable, but it really depends on what you're looking at. In terms of death toll, who knows? It's impossible to say. All you can do is look at the data and just kind of entertain it, understanding that, in terms of accuracy, there's degrees to it. You don't have to accept it as a fact to just entertain the notion that that's what's being said. You know,
Noisy 95 cent
ballpark.
$20. Nick is the supreme leader of the Ayatollah.
It really is, and I'm getting sick of it.
Noisy
but it's
95 cent $20. He's your little mate or whatever, but Sneeko is rotten and has broken the truce twice with his tweet against Clav and his complaint that Myron doesn't attack white people enough. Pick your own side.
True. Okay, well, I haven't seen all this, and I'm getting sick of hearing about it from people like you.
He Pride sent $20. Do you think Israel influenced us to get involved with this war? It's starting to look like Trump is influenced by the neocons.
That's just bait.
Doomgaze 92 cent $20. Rubio letting slip that Israel dragged us into the war and is also supposedly the most vocal in the cabinet against sending troops to Iran. Hope there or no?
That's just what is there even to say? So you just disappoint me. You all disappoint me. Yeah, Rubio is the great hope. He's the Secretary of State right now. His administration brought us to war in Iran. He's the hope. Yeah, there's a lot of. So you disappoint me greatly. You really disappoint me.
Chocolate Giddy Up Grow Hyper sent $20. Show Legos? Pew pew. Netanyahu's best boy sent $20. My dad watches Fox News religiously and no matter how much evidence I show him I'm wrong. I tried to relate to him with Carlson but he says Tucker is a globalist sellout. Crying face emoji. How do I fix my dad? Battle Axe 21 cent $20. Would you ever support an America First candidate with a military intelligence and CIA background? Or is CIA a deal breaker for you regardless of candidate beliefs?
Yeah, that's a deal breaker.
Mama Baby sent $20. All the propaganda. Iran has no internet. Israel evacuated to Europe before the attacks, removing our presence from the region. Now they control what videos we see.
Okay, yeah. Right.
Ru7Y sent $20. AI slop in the group chat and you're blackbilling? Nibby123 sent $20. Imagine Nick Fuentes placing his face but Interior Union Grower percent $50. Listen to E.1 of GMG from back in 21. Outstanding that you clocked Vance for what he is the moment he stuck his fat head into politics. Did you ever think the conspiracy would become so Kafkaesque?
No. I always had a bad feeling about him. He came highly recommended years and years and years ago, back in 2021. Everybody was up his ass talking about how great he was and Peter Thiel's the next big thing and all this. And all I did was take one look at his resume and it's a disaster. Because I'm an OG Trump loyalist and I see that
Nick,
he voted
he's
for
a
Evan
discerning
McMullen.
character.
He's a never Trumper. He worked
You know,
at
you can smell
American
a rat.
Enterprise Institute, which is like the #1 Iraq war think tank. He is on CNN as a contributor. He got a Netflix special. He's doing a book talk at the Aspen Institute. He's got this Indian wife. I took one look at him and I basically said, this guy's a fraud. Obviously, this guy can't be trusted. He's skin suiting.
He is a crook, yeah.
I don't buy it. I don't buy that he converted to MAGA. It's so transparent.
For sure.
And I had people all around me insisting, and they helped him. I mean, they actually propelled him. I know people that helped propel him. They believed in him. And I told them the whole way, it's a bad idea. I don't trust him. He's no good. And they were like, I know you don't like him, but blah, blah, blah. And I still like those people. But yeah, I mean, it was all there. That's why I say, I don't know that I'm some prophet. I don't think I'm even a world's great genius or something. It's all there in black and white. It's really a question of temperament. It's not a question of intelligence. It's a question of temperament. Because if you just look at the information and you understand the significance of the information, anybody could make these predictions.
I think he's
oh,
right.
Vance is like a corporate puppet. Well, what would give you that idea that he got a no-show job from Peter Thiel to promote his book about the white working class and he promoted it at the Aspen Institute, and then Ron Howard directed
The guy's a fucking
biopic
race
about it
traitor,
for
man. He's a
Netflix, and
traitor.
then he was on CNN shitting on Trump, and he was in love with Obama, and he vote like, oh, really? What would give you that idea? It's all there. It's all there. It's just that I would say that everybody else is just more credulous, and maybe I'm a little paranoid, and some people say I'm a little paranoid or crazy or silly about these sorts of things. However, sometimes I'm not. And maybe I'm just a little bit less credulous than your average person. You can call it cynicism. You can call it paranoia. I call it, I'm not naive. I call it, I wasn't born yesterday. I pay attention to details. I make connections. I notice the patterns. And I don't let these, I don't let being disagreeable impede me from making a judgment. And by that, I mean, a lot of people, if everybody's going in one direction, they want to go with the crowd. They want to go in the same direction. They don't want to be the asshole. They don't want to be the jerk. Either they don't have the courage of their convictions, or they're not confident in their logic, or maybe they just don't want to feel left out. Maybe they just want a career. But that's honest to God, that's the difference. Even in 24, everything I predicted, it was all there. The writing was on the wall for all of it. The deportation thing, the Iran war, all of this stuff, it's always been there. It's always been in the notes. We talk about it on the show. I explain it in detail. Anyone could read this stuff. I didn't go to some obscure website where it has all the predictions for the world. I read the papers of record of America, and I draw the correct conclusions. It's just that everybody else gets caught up in every other thing. They get caught up in the social aspect of it, the career aspect of it. They're emotionally or sentimentally invested in it. That's the difference, I think. They meet Vance and they go, he was nice to me. I like him. I like him. That's literally everybody that's pro Vance. That's their thing. They're like, I met Vance. He's a good guy. I trust him. I like him. It's like, he's a politician. How do you think he got this far? He's a chameleon. He's a sociopath. I know, I'm a little sociopathic too. Maybe it's because I'm like that I can see another snake in the grass, Maybe it's because I'm a little bit, disassociated, that I could see another guy who's clearly an operator. There's clearly a little man behind his eyes, right? Making all the decisions. But that's honestly what it comes down to. So these predictions, people go, wow, he called it. Here's another example. I had that tweet from 2024 where I said Trump is going to support trans kids with parental consent. And people said, how did he predict that? That's crazy. It's so on the money. Well, the campaign literally said that. I didn't predict that. The campaign said that. That week in October 2024, the campaign said, we're going to support transitioning kids if they have parental consent. And then I just tweeted it. So, I don't know. Did you miss that? Maybe you weren't paying attention. Maybe your attention was elsewhere. Maybe someone who was jingling keys in front of your face like a baby, and you were like, someone's jingling something shiny in front of me, and it went right over your head. It just went right under the radar. Pick your metaphor. But that's what happened. They said all of it about the deportations, about the trannies, about the tax cuts, about the anti-Semitism online and on the campuses. All of that was telegraphed well in advance. You just didn't want to hear it. And if you heard it, you didn't want to believe it. And if you believed it, you just didn't want to say it. And if you said it, you didn't want to pay the price for saying it. You didn't want to get fired or ostracized, because everybody wanted to kiss Trump's ass to get a job in the admin. Everybody wants to kiss Trump's ass to get money from Gavin Wax. Everybody wants to kiss Trump's ass because they want to be dealt into the game. And so who's the only person that can afford to not do that? The guy that's outside. You have to have your own cult of personality. You have to have your own fiefdom. You have to have your own independent base of power. Otherwise, you're at the mercy of the king of the hill. So, no, I never thought it would go this far, but I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised either.
John Nardi sent $20. Which hard mode boss do you typically face in the jungle after defeating the 3 mechanical bosses?
I don't know what that
Stetson
is.
Grow I sent $25. Went to see Fishback at UF today. Room completely full. Gave me a lot of hope about the future of his campaign at AF as well.
Yeah, me too. I saw that and it felt very good. That's one bright spot in all of this misery, because Fishback is really articulate, very solid, very smart. He's running a great campaign. And what I love is the momentum, the energy. You go to these Waffle House, Denny's, IHOP, and there's people there. There's actually lots of people, young people, and they're excited to be there. And that's the future. That is the future. Wherever the young, energetic, excited
he will definitely get my vote.
People are, that's where the future is. That's where the arrow is pointing. So that makes me feel very good. And I'm very pleased about that. He's getting attention. He's getting a lot of support. He's got momentum. He's got the youth. You see normal, good-looking young people, and they're eager to be there. They're in a line all the way around the restaurant, and all they want to do is take a picture, and they recognize them. And It's a beautiful thing. It gives me hope. And that's the hope, is that there are other people like you out there, you know? Maybe we'll do another
He was
event
like
this year
2 minutes
because
from my house
we
like
need
a
to
month
just
ago.
deliver a message that we are
Literally,
not alone. We
I
need a
could've walked
demonstration
there.
of strength.
It sucks. I missed it.
It's not just as big as me bitching on the show. It's not just as big as you at the water cooler or whatever. You know, it's a whole movement.
Noah Clark sent $20. My mom watches Candace Owens, but today she saw me wearing my AF hat and asked me to get her one. Prayers answered, Lamau.
Hey, let's go. Love to hear it.
Ray Professor Jang sent $20. BWODIDUCD Iranian missile sang in Momoia victims of Epstein Island. Holy Jesus, kill all going, please, Jesus.
Dude, so true. So true. This missile says for the victims of Epstein Island, based. America attacked Iran because they burned the statue of Moloch. They burned the statue of Baal. Yeah, okay, buddy. Very good. Okay, little brown clown. Very good. Yeah, that's just the most retarded shit imaginable. It actually hurts me. It's actually physically painful to see that. Did you see Iran just signed a missile for the victims of Epstein Island? Okay, yeah, that's great. They signed the missile. This one's for the Khazarian Mafia. This one's for Jacob
Frank
Frank.
sent $20. Just got my 5 quarter zips for the groom and his groomsmen for his wedding this Friday. Going to be looking fresh as Jeff.
For a wedding? Come on. I think you got to go with the tux for
Emerald
a wedding.
sent $50. My husband was killed in Ove. Trump is Manchurian candidate. He betrayed this country for Israel. Fuck the GOP. They must lose.
Yep.
Voting D for the first time in my life. Pray the rosary. America
Hell
first.
yeah. Yes, dude. Yes. We need more people. It's blue. It's blue, bitch. Because we're voting Democrat. 2026, we are all voting Democrat. I can't do it. I'm a chud and I can't vote Democrat. You're going to. Everyone's going to do
G36
it.
Bubba Groy percent $30. You calling JD Vance fat has made me want to lose weight. Down 17 pounds this year. Going in ascension. God bless you, Nick.
Yeah, you should. You should. Everybody should be. There's no excuse to be fat. We have Reddit True Tide now. There's no excuse to be fat. I don't want any fat people to exist.
Zonata sent $20. Not trying to judge your faith. My faith political commentator, by far. Your faith is part of the reason I'm here. Much love.
Great. Love to hear it.
M4DT sent $21. Good evening, Nick. Favorite racial slur? 67
Really?
Wang 67 sent $50. Hey, Nick. I'm thinking of running for Supreme Emperor in the Big 14 AK. Here's my policy. Kill all minorities. What do you think?
Disavow.
Greg Hummons sent $20. Free Hitler.
We're minorities, dumbass. Who do you think the minorities are? We're minorities.
Greg Hummons sent $20.
Stupid.
Free Hitler, miss you, Nick. Playful face emoji. High voltage sign emoji. High voltage sign
Free
emoji.
Hitler.
Israeli emoji. Saluting face emoji.
Free Hitler till it's backwards.
Lady Lucas sent $25. What a superbly featured room and what excellent boiled potatoes. Many years since I've had such an exemplary vegetable.
I don't know that.
Fitzwilliam Darcy
reference.
sent $25. I'm 27 years old. I've no money and no prospects. I'm already a burden to my parents. And I'm frightened.
Yeesh. Time to get married. Time to get married, lady. Thank you for the super chat. Oh, another one.
Fitzwilliam Darcy sent $100. I must tell you, you have bewitched me body and soul and I love you. I never wish to be parted from you from this day on. Rape Sneeko.
Okay. Thanks for the big super chat.
Mr. Bingley sent
Appreciate it.
$25. I'm black now.
Oh, great.
F01264 sent $20. You are a Fed. You want us to vote against the GOP when we should be trusting in the current MAGA movement.
Really? Think
Yahoo
so?
Wilson Rumpsjaw sent $20. What up, King?
What up?
Yahoo Wilson
How
Rumpsjaw
you
sent
doing?
$20. Also, yesterday I was talking about the dumb J Clang. He apparently likes to groom kids, bro.
I know, but there's bad things about him too, okay? I know he may seem based. That's the whole point. That's the whole point. He's trying to make us like him. Hello. I'm trying to say that actually he's bad, okay? I know you may think he's a cool guy. That's his intention. He's trying to seem likable. I get that. You don't need to remind me of that. But actually, he's not what he really says he is. He's actually a bad guy, okay? I need you to understand that. I don't think you're hearing
Hey, on
me.
Twist sent $20. Why don't you like when Tucker talks about demons?
Because I don't think it's sincere. And it just sounds wacky. Sounds a little wacky.
Rusty Screw sent $50. Vote Kevin Ryan for Illinois Senator. Winnebago County vote Petrocelli for clerk. Much love from Rockford.
Thank
William
you.
Grow Iperstein sent $20. Me mom died in the Toronto Oil Depot. Huckleberry 999 sent $20. Jesus Christ and man who are willing to fight for righteousness are the only way out of this.
Wow. That's
Woodley
so
Woodley
true.
sent $20. What did you think of Tucker's claim last week that a couple Gulf states arrested Mossad operatives trying to do a false flag and that hasn't been reported yet?
Well, if that's true, then we all really need to know that. I love when he drops things like that, like, and I know that for a fact. It's like, that's actually very relevant. You want to clue us in on that, maybe? Can we maybe get that information? Tucker always has like government sources feeding him information where he's like, I happen to know that for a fact. And it's like, really? How do you know that? That's actually really fucking disturbing. You know that? Why? You do a podcast. How do you, a podcaster, so you're talking to every royal family in the Gulf? Yeah, that's a little weird. Why are they confiding in you about classified intelligence operations? Care to explain that one? He says that like it's a great thing. He's like, I happen to know that for a fact. It's like, yeah, okay, so you're talking to the Gulf? You're talking to Saudi intelligence? Okay. Yeah, totally normal. Having a normal one, I guess that's a take. He goes, I happen to know that for a fact. Yeah, how, and by the way, how do you know that? Because that's really bizarre.
Frankie sent $25.
Thanks.
Hemp sent $20. We should be cooking the white people who have no idea about Islam. Asian Mutt from CT.
I don't know what that
SD Grower
is.
percent $30.
Thank you, though.
Hey Nick, not to dox myself, but I'm traveling to Cali soon. What do you think about Iran's threats to bomb Cali with drones? WK.
I think, I don't know. I mean, that sounds like it's ridiculous, but who knows?
Dr. Curious sent $20. Advice for fellow married grow-ups. Don't try to explain to your wife how to vote in any way other than the lesser of two evils.
What? Okay.
Jackson J. Wells sent $20. Did you see those two retards interview Fishback at the resto? Sub 100 IQ combined.
I don't know who you're talking
GE
about.
Narration Zealot sent $20. Mega support of Iran is an episode of The Twilight Zone. It's a cultural retcon unlike anything I've ever seen. They will still support Trump even with boots on the ground. The Dems must win in November.
It is like the Twilight Zone. It's actually scary.
Nikolai Nico sent $30. Been watching since the first Iran war last year. My entire crew at work supports you. Keep doing what you're doing, King.
Thanks. Let's go. W work.
User
W wagey.
User 1257456 sent $20.
Shout out to
hey,
the
Nick,
wages.
Were the tiny hats behind the pandemic? I've been teaching this to my kids. Mainly how to think, not what to think, though. What other fundamental axioms could I teach my kids? Charles Buell sent $20.
Never kill yourself.
Charles Buell sent
How
$20.
about that?
Bad economy. Epstein files have people.
There's a fundamental axiom. Never commit suicide, no matter how hopeless
Charles Buell
it
sent
gets.
$20. Bad economy. Epstein files have PPL angry now, and you are focused on voting again? Is it impossible to get Christian protests?
Oh my gosh. Please separate me from my supporters. I don't want to see them. Get me away from them. Get me away from you people. I can't talk to you people anymore. I'm sick of it.
Maxine the Queen sent
Can't do
$100.
it.
How close do you think society is to a Soylent Green scenario? Deadass.
I don't think that's going to happen,
Not
but
close.
who knows? Your guess is as good as mine. Thanks for the big super chat.
Ukraine-
When is
Soylent
that
Green,
movie going to
Ukraine
happen?
Grower
People are
$20.
literally
I don't know.
locked in their city. They have all of the farms under lock, under guard, under armed guard, and they control the fucking the food supply. Like they're far from that. You know what I mean? Like, but we're way. I mean, if I don't even know if that could even happen.
It's so true. The Goyim, bless their little hearts. Let's just give them a big plot of land. Let's fill their bellies with slop. And let's give them entertainment to watch on TV. Bless them.
Huckleberry 999 sent $20. Regarding Joe Rogan, you should watch Fear Factor. By the way, who do you have intel from Homeland Security without being connected to the establishment?
Yeah, let me just give you their name and
Zachary
address.
Roberts sent $20. Nick, U.S. admits we're behind bombing Iranian school in Minab. 180 dead kids from bad intel on a base. Seems pretty Jewy.
Oh, I didn't hear about
Soren
that.
sent
Thanks for
$20. Do
telling
you think
me.
Trump genuinely cares what happens in 2028? Or
I don't think he cares about it.
Charles Lee sent $50. The AF hat looks great. Do you not identify as conservative because MAGA calls themselves conservative? Or is being a nationalist different?
Oh my God.
Ruthless Zoomer sent $20. Hey Nick, what is your definitive opinion of the AGL, Anti-Gooning League? White Millennial sent $20. Daily viewer here. I work at a school in the South. I hide my power level but want you to know a lot of white kids are
Let's
fans.
go.
#AF.
I've heard that. I do have a lot of high school age fans. W's in the chat. I love high schoolers. Wait, no, I didn't mean it like that. No, don't clip that. That's obviously a joke. Yeah, no, the high schoolers are based. It is the millennials and the Gen Xers that carry water for the boomer. For the sick and degenerate boomer
Maxine the Queen
race.
sent $50. With the war in Iran meta draft again. Do you think Americans today, especially in states like Florida with huge veteran communities, would show up, or would there be mass resistance? #Fishback 2026.
That's just like, you're talking about a movie that is never going to happen.
Mad Dog America sent $20. Not to sound black pill, but I see no hope for years until we get an America First candidate in there. GOP isn't going to recover for a while, and there are too many illegals who are future Dems here.
Okay.
Coke Eager sent $100. My mom's cope is crazy. The other day she said that the fact that even Hillary applauded Trump's Iran strike means it's obviously good. If
That's
even she thought so.
amazing.
Not realizing he is the one who became one of them. Lamau. These boomers, bro.
Thanks for the big super chat. I love that take. No, but that's actually what you want to see. Do you remember last year when the establishment lined up to support Trump and all the Trump sycophants said, that's actually a good thing?
Right?
Here's
When
why that's
fucking
actually a good thing.
Zuckerberg,
Here's why that's actually what you
Bezos.
want to see. That's how you know we're winning. Remember they used to say that? You'd be like, hey, why is Jeff Bezos donating to the inauguration fund? And they're like, well, that's actually how you know we're winning.
They're moderating. You know, they're coming
That's
over
what
to our
you want to
side.
see. It's like, oh yeah, how do you know that? Based on what? What are you talking about?
It's like
You
Fern
go, hey,
Gully.
wait, why is
Some
Mark
evil
Zuckerberg
spirit.
not fighting Trump tooth and nail like he did in 2020? In 2020, Zuckerberg gave $300 million for get out the vote for Joe Biden. Now he's not
I literally
spending
said
any money. Why
Zuckerberg
is
and
that?
Bezos. Bro,
Did Mark Zuckerberg become a based groiper?
I know Nick's
And
so
they go,
good.
well, that's actually what
I
you
agree
want to
with
see.
Nick.
That's how you know we're winning. That's actually a really good sign. Really? Why? Because one of two things happened. Either Trump became a bitch to the establishment,
Or they
or
became bitches.
Zuckerberg became red-pilled and wants
Pretty much.
white nationalism. So which do you think is more likely?
Do we think
Those are the options that I see there.
creepy
But yeah,
fucking
like this. Hillary supports it. Well, that just
mannequin
goes to
looking
show we're
Jew
winning.
wants
Even
I mean,
Hillary
come
has
on.
seen the light. Yeah, everyone's having an epiphany every single day.
Maxine the Queen once sent $50.
It's
If sleeper
great.
cells were operating in the U.S., would local news actually report it, or would that information be kept quiet?
What? Why would local news? Local news would probably tell the law enforcement. What do you mean? You think that like your local NBC affiliate is like aware of an Iranian sleeper cell? Like, what are you talking about? I don't even know what that means.
Reno Groy % $20. Hot take. Voting truly hasn't mattered since the Jewish people blew JFK's head smooth off for criticizing their weasel-ass ways.
That's really deep. That's really deep. I've never met someone like you before. You're really intelligent. It's like when you see these TikToks. You ever see these TikToks where it's like, drop one hot take in the comments that no one is ready for yet. And people leave a comment and they're like, I can't even think of an example, but they say just like the dumbest shit ever. They're like, fake friends actually suck. You know, they say like the most like pedestrian thing you've ever heard in your life. They're like, I think religion divides people more than it unites people. I think religion is the cause of all wars. I think that you don't need to be religious to be a good person. You know, they say, I think Christians are hypocrites sometimes. You know, it's like stuff like that. It's like it's in that vein. I think the rich want to divide us based on gender and ideology. And it has like 15,000 likes. Thanks for the Reddit gold, strangers. Drop one hot take in the comments that the world isn't ready for. Yeah. Hot take. I don't think voting has truly mattered since the Jews.
Jan Malinowski sent $20.
Whatever.
Trump's $18 trillion trade.
We live in Goyim hell. We live in Goyim hell. And we are prisoners here. Welcome to hell. Welcome to Goyim hell. I'll be your guide. We're all prisoners here.
Jan Malinowski sent $20. Trump's $18 trillion trade deal investment figure was exaggerated. Fair play. You were right. However, do you think it is possible Trump is now hitting Iran to squeeze China, Hormuz dependent, for leverage?
That's crazy.
Obelisk 3 sent $50.
Wow.
You've been vindicated, but so is your methodology in assessing events/topics. Focusing on the evidence and not delving blindly in sensationalism. Talks of mysticism or aliens.
Okay.
Hydrai sent $20. Thoughts
That's
on
just
John Kiriakou.
distraction.
Temple O'Souza sent $20.
No thoughts
What's
on
your
that.
stance on
Shiny
far-right atheists?
objects.
Many in Australasia sharing the
Themes.
same values as you without the religious aspect.
They're going to go to hell
Off the
forever.
comp 4,000 sent $50. Is Trump laying in bed right now in a peaceful mental state accepting the fall of his legacy, or is he absolutely off his motherfucking rocker in regret?
Trump is off his fucking rocker.
With
He was like,
regret,
okay,
man.
fuck it. I guess we'll invade Iran.
Let's do it, guys.
He's like, fuck it. I'll just invade Iran or some shit. Do you think Trump is laying awake at night? Dude, he's not like you, okay? You eat a bag, you eat an entire bag.
Ooh, that's some bullshit, bro. You're gonna do me dirt like that. Damn it. Yeah, I just didn't want to be too flamboyant about it, GQ. Anyhow, I think that's gonna be it for me, guys. That's over 5 hour stream. I hope you guys enjoyed the show. Tune in tomorrow. Like and subscribe if you hadn't. Smash that like button. You already know. And Enjoy the rest of your evening. God bless and good night, gents, ladies and gents. All right.